ngan letok na nim claim kau de jugo lo chupun raini ngan ko Mr. Chairman nim kami di Public Accounts Committee iman Auditor General yang timinan parenot oleh Nitijela stebro perjin cibang kanan parenot kile yang tiye bisa bini bimro ko badok iperlo cupung ng rainin meja toto alabang manana or mata member Board of Regents lo siya marar ko badok lo cupung ng rainin iper Vice Chair Region Wadagam Region Dr. Muller Roricin merong bar perjin ngay bar clear lo cipunan raininum admin oleh lo si may nota karpa enodan Nitijela podin epayan kel yung walim maleng ratan ningan ngota ka elbar mananam walim maleng cek kacung cerbalipin management yang CMI izin manam rojat nganar marongan cibang kalau jawan aling kinar kencar balu orang yang ini cek perim jemalah ke cek perim dengan lapta tangan lale auto toyar ngan 2021 im ewar matan car balu ko mirwan malak im rej pekcigir Menge lalim alungin amin peraga iwarwan malagam pulen admin ini par kalok ceberiakia lo magatukin aga podi ini manana pecamaron perim cini kamani cokonarangan uaga kacituko jangan odar marong menge charge pello yogin cik lalim adalilo atau tilo 2021 patap cini uagi joce marong yim colo perbi melalongan kalau kata in mi daga kendal leka ngai pode pocher ansi amaya gal enoda garpa cuya rumah jor yim ngai cuiler gnai lengkin yim ya wadak yim tola kalau liep yim mejeroin parainot yim ngai manana yim utej pu imaron perjin man mejami olep lo cipungan raininum mananain ilo dan podawan siya mayam kala jawan ay lengkinar cibanglo ijo camarong kemane cara palaginar raurok iban puk alabian aga minyo ya orogin jadi cuda ko dilugin management teamin im kemane jo camarong kemane cibang kenua korab camarong Lottery nung ajala ke President nan college na Dr. President nunam yoran statement ar kaboje yung nganit pulen kadalaw bayron introduce yerong kamani statement ina Dr. nunam you can go ahead and make your statement kumol kata
kumol chairperson na nidara kangar opening statement na amo ichen ngan ipen kami din ilo terin jenis dia lawan pen takter pen on malau dengan statement an quiet and give us your statement. All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning and yakwe to senators. And I'd like to also welcome our board chair, our vice chair, and also our regents to the table, and the CMI SLT team to the table today to answer questions. I'm going to ask, with the chairman's permission, that my Vice President Catone translate my opening statement, or if you want it all in English, but sir, I'll leave that up to you.
Thank you. I think it's good to translate it so that the people can understand your statement. When one of them translate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yaqui, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and PAC members. It is an honor and privilege to sit before the PAC committee today in my role as president of the College of the Marshall Islands.
Yahweh, Mr. Chairman, good morning, and Goyim Committee Nam, Yahweh and Olive, Ilo, Trudrogo, Ilo, Pelagan Majalin, a John Meninudate, and now teacher Dijin, report and Committee Nam.
The College of the Marshall Islands Act of 1992 established CMI as an independent, autonomous, post-secondary education agency serving the needs of the Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Kalayan Island gain, Nagarchino Ilo, Chontajan Radan Bugi Radam John Chuduyo, Ngan Lulur Jaga, Imjun Malak, Chalalajan, Koilang Ilo, Island Gainar, Imparano, the Garkajanano Ilo, Kaganina, Kalayan Island gain, Garkajanano, Kalayan Island gain, and Chanonok, Iloan Kamani Charvalin, Chalalajan Goan.
Since 1993, the College of the Marshall Islands has served as a leading Pacific Island institution, helping guide, mentor, transfer, and graduate thousands of students who have gone on to serve and continue to serve students, families, CMI, the RMI government, and beyond.
Elinagar College in established local Chontajan Radam Bugi Radam Jongol Chiduyo, Chenyong and Rainin College on Island Gain Chonian institution go ilo region gainar me consider leader ilo elang chekijako im ilo chekijagi not mujan kagari rojalok elang alawajan taujan rojugoro im rainin rajabar rol tokum kadagan rojugoro charwali lo chekin charwal wan kien private sector email apdada survey island gainar im pamle wire.
Our mission is that the College of the Marshall Islands will provide our community with access to quality higher and further educational services, prioritize student success through engagement in relevant academic, career, and technical education, and be a center for the study of Marshallese culture.
Mijino an kalayo analingin aga jabanomba ijun yangayon ejangan an kalayo karalok im kabiru rolok anan rujuguro im roraji dogulumwer realamoi yalan calalo yan go ramalok ilanglok im parainot katalok point service again ren service go me rakarlok mo etan langan community one majalin im parainot ekejalo ipen ekatame kojat agaro dolor jaga calalo yan ngane dolor jaga poe charbalin calalo yan go ilanglok im parainot ko bai dok mane to war im menogo punir peran matanot cibaram katabargo an college wana ninge.
We believe that quality of education is essential to the well-being of the individuals and to the well-being of the Marshallese people as a whole now and in the future. We are therefore committed to the creation of an educational environment where individual differences of gift, potential, and belief are recognized.
Kalayan islangi na tanga gila organ calalawajan anan kabio chuni dijum cagalajo an armin majal peran marong ekege im marong lalir magai im chudagalok magir chudagalok yair magai image paraino chuan managanyo payan kaman pay islangi nar ranjat islango mirgege im parliament.
In my role as the college president, I encourage our board, faculty, staff, and students to use for all decision-making our shared values, including loving, caring, knowledge and understanding the culture, passing down of local knowledge, faith and hope, trust, kindness, kind-hearted, respect, skillful and knowledgeable, wisdom, seeking knowledge, inquisitive, and collaboration.
Enot chuno projangan kalayo an islangain ngai kagabilag im charwali pan reservaro ilo kalayo an islangain include podo an kalayo rogagiro stavro im parano rujuguro poilo am kamon decision ilo kalayo an islangain kemin kajarwali ilo am include values ko an kalayo may include loving, understanding, manadaginar imlamo pass down all the other important aspects of CMI's values.
Since the completion of our 21 audit, we have taken corrective actions to implement the recommendations from the external auditors. To update the PAC committee, since our last meeting in January, we are on the cusp of completing our 22 audit and have begun the process of field work for our 23 audit with a completion goal of October.
Eliginalaga relok auto de 2021 yo CMI menyan karpuk jet bukunan nego ngan lulur jaga jet charbal go enotan agar kalimburi lo wada nane poenet kamani nganan kariri gelok im kajimoy jet charbal go mer agar identify lo agar auto tewan 2021 im brainot charbal ge ne mujer puk chigir im monanan report dengan kami di nege auto tewan 2022 an CMI it po jagan tere lok ilo yene mo katata.
Once our 23 audit is completed, in an agreement with our partners in EY, we will segue to the 24 audit with a completion of field work by December.
Enodan bar report ngan comedian kediri lagu enodan 2023 audit yo complete enodan gar kwalo ke ne jadi lagu logo to ba ki kala yo anai lengke ne je mo tolong ngan kadiri lag audit yo 2024 im schedule im plan ge ne manjan ko pen EY pe all even auto again and college include the 2024 in the dialogue ilo net tijambayin iyoin.
As the members of the Nitijela and senators may have heard, our college was placed on warning from our accreditation agency ACCJC for our past due audits, but not for any other reason, as our midterm report was accepted by ACCJC without conditions.
And oran president in college in report anayok Mr. German comedian mailenkin ke imajar chalai melalaga college an ailenkin imajan perilo chuan warning echabagan chabarot akanan rumut angar samedi auto the genan college an ailenkin mejaga brelagar kwalogi mengar danga college ne perilo warning agar report an college an ailenkin agar accepted chen commissionio mejala accreditation an college an ailenkin ACCJC.
Once we've completed our 2024 audit, we will send a special report to ACCJC confirming, with evidence, that we have met eligibility requirement number 5. ACCJC will use that report as evidence to remove CMI from warning status.
Elangay na trilok auto dewan college in dilo na auto dewan college in nga niya na 2024 college an island gain in kamani chuan report igijen auto din im chilongan ACCJC im porainot gigit support again evidence per college in media requirements number 5 im kan menin in a magat warning nan college in chen warning ngane chalok.
Today, the college's quality educational programs include a bachelor's in elementary education, 5 associate degree programs, and 17 certificate programs, along with a variety of non-credit training programs to meet workforce development needs both locally and nationally.
Mr. Chairman, Rainin, imanan report ang aniyong committee na magkakalayo an island gain ilo cha mana ka janin charbalinot ngan lulur jaga chalala ko jano ko ani jugi chalala ko jano ko ilang lo education ikichen program ko an CMI over ilang Bachelor of Education walam associate degree programs chongol chimjon certificate programs im parainot pujin ilang program ko mechis neither non credit agar recorded as college credit im jaja over ngan community gainar important ro mera jai biji program gain.
This past May, the college awarded 38 bachelor's degrees, 145 associate degrees, 76 certificates of completion, and 77 high school equivalency diplomas. These graduates included the first to complete the Associate of Science in Agroforestry Education for Health and Sustainable Livelihoods, and the Certificate of Completion for Entry-Level Deck and Engineering Room Hands.
Mr. Chairman, ilogar me yin gar karu jalawan CMI karilo meyo imonon report ng aneyo ko mailing kay ni kay agar war chilungur rally dak rorar karu jalakan bachelor ilo education chibu yung olalem associate degrees chimjon ol chijno certificate of completion chimjon high school equivalency agar kar program o chino chiba GD all ben karu jalakorin include then first associate science in agroforestry education for health and sustainability livelihood. Importante the room are completely entry level deck and engine room. Iridi logar po all people in air. Imrobo jagin realang job market ni.
The college serves Madro via the main campus and has expanded to include Ibai, Woche, and Jelowit, along with sub-centers offering high school equivalency programs on Santo and Keeley. The math course development in cooperation with PSS allows high school graduates to be placed in credit level or higher developmental math courses without taking a placement test. And just this past academic year, a parallel English bridge program has been implemented with a 28% of high school seniors qualifying for credit level English following the first year of implementation.
College an ailengin ejago an karal lulur jaga chalalogin de education go ilang lago dilo majoro ulaga campajeo akie mayan kutbu to kibai watche chalo impraino sepsandar go ilo an offer high school equivalency program akchiti ilo santo imkele math program courses go me college charwal reservoir ilo college charwal ilo ipen reservoir ari ilo PSS yakam manaboy program go run improve rujuro ni ro kariro jalo jan high school ho point period wa real mai college an island kain me jan wor improvement of rongo rally the percent.
This summer, the college saw its highest summer enrollment outside the COVID period with 668 students, and the college has received 300 new applicants for the fall. CMI will continue to serve its students and its community by following its North Star, our mission statement, and be guided by our vision and values so we can continue to be that shiny penny, like I like to call it, in the middle of the beautiful blue Pacific. I yield to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of your committee. Kumutata.
Mr. German ilogar samaro kia ejagap kin kajuna nagar college karyalang to chijino bugu chijino ngorale to rujuro ilogar samaro kia im kia namba goro kwalo ko elang chilibui nur jugul rujuro roga pe ojan relang fall semester in imonon report ang anayok ke CMI NH1 malo adam kamane charwalinan ngan lulur jaga yalan calalo jangan rujuro nejer ilo community nar ilo island kain ilo lulur jaga im ciparak mejan kachigeo aga jawan Northern Star ye no it mission on college on island kain kenege meneo tel college in ilo charwal gain is vision on mission on and values go on so ilo charwal gain just na dan just continue on them charwal nganar kamanwa college on island kain en merong chuan shiny penny ilo orin pulin pachivigin im en piruan ar kalim jage kayangin es college on island kain in Mr. Chairman ingin report nganayok im kami din am alaptada ngan island kain
Come on.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. You are also the president for CMI for the statement of the college. And for the record, got translator, Maro Jujim Kualokadam, when Pelo record.
Mr. Chairman, at Ron Stevenson Katon, Ngai Vice President of Business and Administration in the College on Island King. Come on.
Okay, come on. Yema, I love ever orchard rome, Chennai Lik Rartojan, per college name, Kanan Kaudi here, Lodan Kamirin, Makomarong Chujim, Chuniamiang, introduce Ranaway our way, Renpello record, Ranamirar Tolo, Chibon Rainy Jan College. Introduce here, call a title wire.
Come on, Mr. Chairman. Ipen kami din CMI man, eber Vice Chair, one pot, kami Kitchener, Paranuat Region, Marian Wadak, yung Region Dr. Yukiko Muller, yung par SGA Region yo, Miguel Anrejugul, SGA Student President, Willie Labau, yung Paranuat Vice President nyo man land grant for nga land grant Dr. Adatayo Ogun Kamal.
Okay, Kamal Chairperson. Okay, local statement John yan another challenge gane made college na me arang idioni igchen requirement number lalem yo me igchen we know regular audit present in jan kolok igchen ke 2023 3 audit and it completely October wrong lalim 2024 Nitijela 2025 arbor call ko urjuan warning agar college name ubang kajung tackle ben jawal halo terrain jelai lang kajito ko jen pen member re ngai marong lelawar injino kamane kajito ko ayrum jino jen pen karai chiner Audit Senator Marie Milne un manadam lemanda kajito ko am
Como Chairman. Ngan kajabaro duyen chini ko bala ko don pelo kile kaude jogo and chairman na chino kage kaude ko mo jole kachita kaya rajiki chien garbar yirin ko la mo ta no plan. Do you need interpretation? I will be speaking martially, so plan ko ni chino. So kachita kaya chino tada rajiki chien purchase one moment project and otagar kachakar kamani kachito ko kalyo to kuwa ke main CMI agar wigi pen resident one project and college comedian ilo yeneo agar kachito proof of purchase aga alakar yutok ito go tuan cabin lease me chep better than CMI and we catch the chinon tada in proof of purchasing. Elanga and documents are provided and qualaka molaga muin mun CMI. Yemolventian go chibugi chimjon rota ujin age exactly. Megar cherwalangan purchase a muin. Agar molinica purchase menin. And other anagar walla testimony go catch the kachino tata.
Few months ago, this committee had a meetings and a public hearing with CMI. And one of the questions was raised back then was the purchase of the new apartment that was supposed to be good for the CMI. And the question is where we at in these matters, and because the question was asking for who is the owners of the purchase.
Come on. Senator Milne, so presently the board has employed our attorney, David Strauss, to investigate that, and he is in the middle of an investigation now, looking for documents to understand more clearly the process that from the college's aspect, but then also working with the previous owners, and that would be through our past president, Dr. Irene, and her husband, Falai, and also with the previous owners of that property. So we have an ongoing investigation now. That's the only update I can give you, but we're trying to work out all the details. Some recent documents were uncovered of bills of sales, et cetera. And so we are working through that process, contacting those involved in the process, but again, our attorney is taking the lead on that for us on behalf of the board and the college. Come on.
Komol, awa kachita kain karo, chakarbar pagling da karbar kachita kain ka logar yiring ko, nila chamolagani yolak. Igitian and bounce check and reserval, mag check one CMI. A lot of men go and loan one reserval, me recep kalla longan pengam kaman went to fault, loan again and reserval rain. Yimki chejabar ronke, total then security contribution of one reservoir rain rajang barkala and total security. Matan men go win check and balale, molagay. Poe college in a yomi chain again and kalagin and reservoir rain. And with Itage, it's a Nigunigan college in Kalay. Kalagi, Aladam and Agama, Kalagi, total security. And you could entry in, and you could have parabolum, reservoir rain with college in. Biganan kachita ita dalim tatar chonganin me teberi me lunine pata reservoir rain with college and mi kanan ba melele ya da ga etalim te bello chigin trainin mole ga menine ga pound jack badal kalanga jojo security malata men ngan peng mole ga menine ba ngai ganan rongo jen ranai jana pa ka jangan la rol do galik ko jaganan chala eni walu wa ko rainin tawunin mol
Judge translate.
I have another questions regarding the pound checks from the CMI for the employees. Loans not being paid on time, and Social Security is not being paid. So I want to know, is that true, or is that being corrected, if it's true?
Thank you, Senator Milne. So the question about bounce checks and allotments and late and processed through the bank, et cetera, and Social Security payments, they are facts. We did bounce a check. We've tried to move to electronic banking over the last few years. It's much more efficient, it's less cost, and serves our constituents in a better way. However, for example, in the situation with BOMI, they don't accept a lot of electronic purchases or transfers. So we did make some checks, but unfortunately, it was our mistake. We were not used to writing checks. We wrote checks. It was written out of account where there was money had not been transferred. So that was our error. We did make that error. And we have tried to make up for that. I don't think we've done that since, but we did bounce a check, and it was because there was not enough money in that account. And so that covers that piece. In terms of our Social Security payments, one of our challenges is with our MISA payments, as with any of our payables, is we create a budget. And that budget has, we take a lot of, there are a lot of assumptions in a budget. So we're going to receive this amount of money during this amount of time. The college is about 70% Pell-based. In other words, it's our enrollment that drives the amount of money we have. About 30% of that is would include grants. The RMI government provides money through general fund and through Compact, about $3 million a year. But one of the challenges for that is our payments are ongoing in terms of our public and our payroll. But the distribution of those payments from the government, whether it be Compact or Gen Fund, are not regularly scheduled. And so what happens is every time that we pass a quarter and payments aren't made, then we have to begin to juggle accounts and play the shell game, so to speak. And unfortunately, what happens then, it's what my mother called, you rob Peter to pay Paul. And that's not a good way to do business. And we agree with that. But until we receive our appropriations on a regular basis, and when we receive those appropriations, they should be the amounts that we've budgeted for, we'll be able to make our payments. As I've said before, if we were now where we are now and received our regular payments on a regular basis and we were having this trouble, we would deserve the wrath of everyone. But the challenge is making our payments, meeting our payroll when our allotments are not regularly scheduled and they don't come in for the full amount. We go back to the shell game. And I'm sorry for that, but in order to meet our obligations, it's a large organization, complicated. There's many funding streams. We run a budget about $14 million. And so our first priority every time we get low on cash, our first priority is our faculty and our staff. Their payments, that's the most important. And so we have to prioritize. And as President, I've said, we have to pay our people first. And so we hope to get better at that, Senator Milne. That's our goal. But certainly we're very sensitive to that. And it's not good business to practice bad business. Come on.
Translator, I'm going to translate. And Chair asked that, the answers be, give time for the translator to engulf what he was saying. And
my apologies, Mr. Chairman. Should I start over?
Mr. Chairman, ini kacung jangan ada merong peranut kacit ko cununan honorable Senator Minim kia kacit ko cun. Mr. Chairman, anytime dalam rola karo translate ani kacit ko ben purata rena poin cujan. Kau ko paham kacamanya. Ino tak ngakan ya komputer. Aga cerutologo
Manchurian
ejino
translate.
penart kemi jolo koin ikijen kajetukan honorable milne jinon kajetukan moemon president makarajan president kalajan ailenkin kwalo koi ilang jet charbalago bot yem obijewan porainot legal counsel an kalajo charbalagi ipenon ran men idotrin je kenan menin melangen ide lo charbalagi chene pokoto kuako ngan kamidinam elaftada ngan armin majal me ayer chenigin pen clearam de lock in charbal me very mar ikijen kachedo kin karo ikijen issue go mer region ajarong public elaftada reservoir kala jawana lengin enodan kwalo kai chunian kachedo ikijen ponchak logar chet alang ramodalok imenodan president kwalo kai emanyan kala yo magajen processing of check and electronic payment pen periodolog an reservoir monetary account one kala jawana lengin pen jabrolog improve transfer chuan account idoan check or release yum paraino dikijen prumujen kalago ikijen aladmen wo enodan bar kwalo kai challenge in ikijen prumujen kala aladmen prumujen kala social security paraino people wo jadan kala jawana lengin ebayan pen ikijen ot chigigin trojere lawan chen wan kala jawana lengin enodaran anagar kwalo kai iloan rutok chen ai relang to lu trojere wan kala jawana lengin echep pujara kai wijinan kala jawana lengin ngan ro jalok ngan kage ai wijigo kop charbal goan echep pujara quarterly bi-weekly salary wan reserval echep pujara pil go chen emisi echep pujara pil go chen nta imparainot payable go jet padap chedien ejrung to kalago ngane relang to kala jawana lengin menodan kwalo kai about 60 to 70% in revenue one kala jawana lengin reg federal money imchedien chedian federal money gen ngan karbe balago chirik ngan technical kamelale reg on reimbursable basis so even our company meaning we can chigigin otan trojere along chen echep regular schedule chedian emogatok chon koda irung chon koda ro koda imunan pin operate lo chigigin ngenagar mogajalo much more schedule and jagar piroro an president ka mani menan college operate chen gin an armin majal ilo college an gin na kai kwalo kai mole lang jet charbal go ro ngilo terrain ilo arlale lo cash flow an college an gin kumol
Vice President Stevenson negolalong ni pena member Senator Mariben unmalo don kajitukuan.
Multada, Mr. Chair. Pelenik kachitokwal rueliktada gain motajana lelangan ranget mata. Ngana ubajidukun dandukun transparent charbal again moving forward. Indukun ito wako me chamarong parol dugutagam parlali na migichen kachitokin. May kachitokin untada ngayato eliktada yakar bounce check. In how then chadere kalla rachangan kalla ngana lada menan rajarbal indam ngan jojo security chade quota chade bi-weekly alada men in rachangan adanangan rajarbal re indam ngana ngado aliktata bounce check by igana anchale check quota bounce mota ajan gari ring aliktata rank recovery bounce ajan gari ring aliktata mol.
My last two questions regarding the pound check and the allowance. I want to know when was the last check was pound, and when was the last time you guys laid on the allowance? Are you guys present on your allowance to the Social Security and the loans? More.
And again, my apologies to the committee and to the chair, and especially the translator. Last time, I think the translator said, slow down. So, Senator Milne, I'm actually going to ask, because I know there is a time allotment, and I know there is a date, but I'm going to actually ask Vice President Cotton to address that. He may know the particulars more than I would. Come on.
Come on, Mr. Chairman, lang yung narawang malatang buha kachitago yuhudayan honorable Senator Milne.
Man unmalot.
Come on, Mr. Chairman, eliktada ina naga pound check terus me committee nar kuelak eliktada imechin war pe instruction ar dalajan ubijan president move immediately an online payment im cheblu kunchala elang pound check ang elang I'll stand corrected. Ikijen late allotment payment, are we behind compared to last payroll? Imanyan CMI ano taraga report on both in local last meeting. CMI je behind ilo allotment one imanyan kalagi. Ikijen social security. CMI agar jab kalai January ardu malangin. Imalangi marang karapapalog cirik report ardu jan reservoir CMI receivable ena ikijen that they were supposed to be provided to us as of today is minimum of 800,000. So that's why we cannot kalai obligation again and kalai yon again. Kumol.
Mulkan wako euro follow up jen perjana senator. Okay, kumol. Hawa lo train ini jile tongan member of senator check airing pen one malau dengan kaji tekan. Welcome to the club, to the committee.
Kumol Chairman, good morning and all. Kanan mo kumol lani percuanalin ken more mejmor kenaro marang iya yulo chicken yarong rongin lo chupon writing. Chairman karona papanado gan tawani nagar chap ko badu kilo rano inni. Payorun kawala bunin. I can't jolo apuripum. Ever lemol juma page in audit summary of CMI. Emaywe when marong John Mijili way. Egad which the year go in Bunuman and Kalakana. Seven Canadri and Chavarai Viji College in Chamaranga never Kurdo. Pay Ejawi and Ganaro Lingri summary in Yiga Marong Kalimjigi, Emiligariki, Chupung Moda, Chichu Min Moda, and ye bring in. Naimarong follow up with the Jen Kajitagan Senator Mlone. Mary Milne. Abada Molajana follow up kitchen Kajitagan can bounce check. Chairman Margaret Jala ever finance law chickeny around.
Mola member hearing Lutheran Jablo Finance Iperang Chupon Rainin.
Kumbol I demak Emini our way and Orjuan, Evidojan finance and Marong per Kumurigita winning an old problem again. Another runway winning an or pounds check him Rumujin Kalalam and Minigin is going to be Irumujani the chain ancient finance and college in. Ejima Ronjagi. And where we need a chip all along and CMI, a parano along and recipient budget. And Malang issue in ever ipen finance, my problem in ever ipen finance in them finance and got president pen leak, kit tawin on Royal again. Iluchinun John Kuada, got royal subsidy gain and Ijagin. Recipient rain and money gain. And one in our pounds check. Emgo Kumarong, Dalewe, Joint Ministerial and Finance. And Marong in Idogun Perijin, when they were Kajidu Core. Treasury Finance and Orchuaneo and Marong and Uak up Kamelele Kiyagi. Ngaij another garba Karcholo Chirigan and Kalimjage audit summary in an college in him. And I'm all been finding Ritkanunogan lack of internal control policies. Kajidwari kin kajon dadangan kalajin enangan ke over internal control policy emit ejagi cherwal igijen.
Mr. Chairman, I have only one question at this time, since
I have many questions, but that's the first one.
it's so many pages on your report, the other report, and I will take time to read it, but I have one particular one for now regarding the lack of internal controls. So my question is, do you have anything in place, and is it working now to slow down or work to make it more, and then make correction on that?
Thank you. And Kumul, Senator Edding. So, first of all, we take our audits and the assessment of our audits very seriously. Like accreditation, it is a summary and assessment of our past practices and how to get better in the future.
Senator, Alban, CMI, the Queen, take it seriously, chain, the summary again, and all that, but Malakan agree, amen. And we meet the Queen. Pugilo, you know, when you came chip, I'm like, Kim Ganan way, no Queen Chichet, and one number. Michino book, so the action going on come.
The 21 audit clearly showed that we got out of the business of doing good business.
You know, Rodo yung rongo na yung kali karwek, looking to relam company.
To answer that call, we've hired additional staff, including 2 internal auditors.
And company when chimay kemar, hire a raw internal staff, pero chibang ilo wawan.
Additionally, we hired 2 offshore staff members in the business office for accounting purposes.
Kemar bodo per raw, and other better than business, Obijan business, and but chibang, raw accounting.
And we've shifted our present staff around to find the best place for our staff to do their best work.
Yeah, company ko ko ilo staff many million. Ay marong company charbol ko ramman em kemalok marong company charbol ko.
The 21 audit also made us realize that we went through a kind of, I will call, the perfect storm, starting from about 2019.
But mana lo rongol John ar kamana bagimin chala em yang gage kemar rongol John orang elap chino jen chondo jen ramyun ba chino jen rongol chungorad miyon.
With us going, our accounting practices going from paper and spreadsheets to computer automated practices, plus COVID, plus the inability to hire additional staff for auditing.
Chen paper kajarbol paper and kajarbol computer, emini jeno chen abogi jeno ngan Corvedeo, agar kamana when you couldn't pin amaya, yam kamani charbol again no terrain.
I can certainly understand why our audit summary was 50 pages long, but we are addressing those.
Marong melale again when I look audit report again amin do yini kemi charbol and emal.
One of the strongest criticisms we received in that audit is about internal controls, but we've certainly taken steps to create better controlling.
Junior internal control and looking lapatala and while we report on end. Chabaman, MKB company stable and Kajumay, ilo drain.
And we're now reaping those benefits while addressing our 23 and 24 audit.
Kami kamani lam, kamani rongol chuan, rongol chidu, ada kanang. Bagalen.
Senator, if you'd like to ask more questions, we could ask Vice President Cotton. He can give us the detail.
Nakungan barkajidik, yanangla kajidik, Stephen, any kamalali.
Un malau kumulgan waku un malau da Senator Herring.
Honorable Chairman, Kajidga again garo education repeated finding. Yorgeta kala yo ipok another education finding again. Even multiple years, a kind finding again just below report on it.
My second question is regarding the repeating finding. Is there any way forward on that, or what's the course of action the CMI is taking?
Mr. Chairman, alangai marong one maladam wakachitang nebo it yarta ganagal chirik. Kamola la president nebo kana kilibin marong one maladam. Malangai mauta jana one maladam wakachitago kin karu alangai marong address mauta internal control one CMI. Yung chabro di no ne jarala ka kanalai Auditor General OBOG ne marong kajimuya. Aigijian report kana ilo auto dan CMI aigijian single auto dan aigijian compliance. Internal control issue gana raise jana kanage Joni Ayer eno danagar president ne kwalak chakar common shifting of staff. So internal control lo chuno organization nge jidong an audit include charbalwa this include environment ne me ko charbali which include staff policy kap system ko company imol even menigen rawro chidong an Joni internal control menyan kalajo company emjar refamage staff eno danagar chalagai Channel yard chino charbali lo kala jangan kia lakar jangan reno staff lo kala jam nyam tabel channel ko an kala janam capacity agar jabai iki internal control iki staffing internal control iki policy kamol bodo moda ka bodi nagal kan charbali iki policy gin kala jo charbali ngan ka kaman malap internal control wan kala jo jonian internal control Mr. Chairman ko na lo channel iki management of asset ko lo kala jana nangin Podo moda approve proposal policy on college. Per college on a Magatologan capitalize fixed asset 500 to 5,000. And all that Malay best practices raining Emjan Magat capitalizes in globally. Im college or private company practice in best practice in way Chenamagat 500 capitalizes in 5,000 and capitalizing recording fixed asset. Mengerti cara mengadili ciri-ciri nak kala jo agar kemana percuma policy agar part of the internal control ngan kemana way sensitive asset tu kome below regular aja lalang thousand kala jo merong still mana tadam would not yet perfect way cakap cino carbalin agar cilu yo modalam just continue training staff roar agar enodan agar presiden ya pakai by 2024 audit enodan just work backward and forward in it kia lagi tu waktu tu nan college island gain in zaman. Immigration internal control cuan isi kitchen system one college yo. Ino dana kali tu kacau tu an muri kitchen pound check. Yang ini agar kaman buat college on upgrade ya oleh system one. Imu langamai move to electronic processing of transaction including payments. Imu ingin college ini bello cek-cekin rainin. Ibu muji boleh agar jab kemana tiya orang itu talaga agar cala kemana ibu muji mengin cek college ini peri writing dengan report dengan yuk kami di nam ini adalah tada island kin. Ikian kacau tu kin karo ikian repeated finding ke kami di ini kami menjalau di luar ini nama cakar kemana waktu 2020 om kami di ini jadi world repeated finding kena cek ini work backward. Jagar scan all of tagumin ko ilo college wan island kin ngan system kan regal kiya I meje longo diyen lag document ilo amagar kamane auto 21 yo in 22 yo kiya buena ka projan complete instruction agar talangan EY audit role recommend audit field work yo elang chala document ilo system wan college and can get for evaluate the system as part of our internal control raja which ligdi is finding iyum lagaman yung HHM marang provide log document wan audit role within 48 hours is a finding by all of them document ngin raja wikar pello system en pata rainin emanyan college pagjet bundan ne pain chalo repeated finding ilonat hopefully 23 or 24 audit moving forward. Come on.
Senator Urodam Kachid.
Chairman, Chuanot Kachid and administration of the Kovaledu Chirigian Malop, Everbulan Rolong and Julu Kachid and Ruberbanian. Kachidgo Kin Kajilu, Egyptian accounts receivable. Ijawayan Balene Berilo Rubudian Akana and Chabuyan Kalimjigi, Chadavardo Ian Yearing in Pen Kalajin Imaranga Chalacha the total in AR Lorain Kap Richenya Action 1.
My next question is regarding to account receivable to the administration. What's your present, and then count on that, where it's from and whom for, on account receivable?
Kamol Mr. Chairman, ikajon login ngan system in pin merong lale report kay naga Nitijela ngan reservoir ngar merong provide ito kiyo. Payano dargar agang ay jaman provide ito rain not chini provide ito ngan kami din ano chirian report. Pekar matan tiskajon ko karilo bot tiskajon ko ameng elikitata ina ameng ko ilo pen bot chunian kachitakin honorable senator. As of today, Charval reservoir lale the latest patient provide ito detail in account receivable. But over 70 to 80% of account receivable ke jito wajan grant federal grant ka proje guru nijer ilo air chulo lo kala jom chaboy pel grant nganir kumol
Kumol chairman ayalage ewe alang kajitu ko aga ngai marong kajitu ko dipen rubon banin arujiro alang gayen Ibaw de mayan waling log bid threshold requirement na jan rong ulalem tawin ngan lemol tawin di jume ibaw de mayan gar Nitijela gali lang log
Jume melela in do procurement law na gal senator.
Okay ewajirian belen emarong wo chet kajitu ko lo report ani gijen wawinan karkalagin ueg minigin me elabo yan rongolalem tawin ilar jap kar paid out iwam yamarong bangajang lukun kalukun ridi aga iloan labalokia threshold na ngan lemol tawin ejege resolve kain finding radin me Raja paid it out. Pemjangar kit leng lorong lalim taujen. Akhirnya majan cakap ber kalian nak bercikin bukan leng longan lemul. Perut ke mungkin perut ke ilo air question cause.
Kan OBJ ke kajitu ingai. Pelen ini coba Moda college is requiring an underjohn recipient in U.S. federal grants. It could follow the procurement regulation one U.S. federal government. Milo original language is about recipient or follow the local procurement law where elang is more stringent. Agajor law. Ilo Malaya, Javigar Saya di sini karena regular preverion law make effective teriak. Ilan icip calai ini juga icip marungwa kaji ini ke resolve ilan agar Nitijela kalau balok resolve. Ak imelele ke all resolution dengan question cause regular question federal grant or agency ko. Kaji aku jadi clear question cause. Mereka buka opportunity melihat percicu clarification dengan manipem chairman kap senator ikijen general kajangan konon lack of policies kan dan point out ini ilo audit ganai finding 2021-002 causing any lack of policies but lack of strict implementation melalui or policy ya recebol 2021-009 causing it did not follow the internal control policy so ilang policy ko aja berpulih override ikijen kamanuan bibi katon ikijen ngalim 1,000 aja barar kalau balok treasurer ngalim 1,000 melalui 5,000 aja fixed asset capitalization policy oleh federal requirement across melalui all the asset ko me jejuegi make sure juga federal money Project with capitalize melalui project with 3D and not capitalize in report the financial statement. More Chairman.
Chairman, kaji tu kalau really ada, ni baik ketolongan rajat.
Manon malah dah.
Ibu rio kalau kerana benin. Ilo finding 2021-011, economic deficiencies. Over $4,833. Junior deficiencies gain Yemen dollar. You wonder you changon our in when lula changon amount in Yemen dollar. Yellow report gan. June 9 Roman Ruyung Kajarwale immaterial Nayamantale only $4 Abelin over Wuninan Ruben Bandarin got Ligi Emantala engine Pullen and Kalake even Pullen Chun Penny Yaviper Kalake every deficiency kitchen transaction they may over June Peniak Kainin. Chijke Kajarwalevat Nani immaterial Ilar Kamani Adidani Polunina and Lemolchu and Lemolchuma page gonna Evan Lit. Amigaradale Kalajinim Ewan Leng issue Ganemukuma low him ligdilo Adan Akpurna and Kalajin. No Kajidu Island Tade, Ruben Maron Kamalu Ligi.
Mol Senator, I think generally along the out of the general and Kamalu Gen deficiency, General Yemen Talani. Malakot.
Wago egaru senator ay materiality ya kemijiri relevant factor in.
Okay. Mol senator I think kan kajitakon lo terrain jenet malatam lelangon ipen Senator David Kramer, Joint Member on Public Accounts Committee. Malakot kan kajitakon.
Kamor Chairman, Kamor Liro Chamero Jilangan John Raneman, Kobalo Nanim Killiam Kaudigo, and Kujo Kobalo Nanwam, Mr. President, Chairman, and Kamole President, Chairwoman, Vice President, Roger Merar Kobado in CMI. Mr. Chairman, you look at 2021, we have worth 17 findings, rally the question costs, totaling Abu Lemo, Lemon, 1,000, and our additional audit fees tawo rarai ujin kalagi ngan 2021 auditing taran chubugui radum jonongol chijino $1,000 ngan arkaboje auditing me kajang konono ga kiya em chijmono no be chijronge matan chirige dilo ngai bar bar dan ruwela gara chet bar pan bar langa bar kachid em lo session an gar Nitijela lo gar February or dokchon report chen gar Public Accounts Committee and Nitijela and Maramon Ledo Kopangar Edalewan, Yichen CMI, Mayan Lang, then Mabajanga, Yabawada, then Choran, Merajawala, CMI, and Pulin Yellow Lang Board Chairperson Kel and President Kel, Pulin Menagain Chino address. You were what Kachiduk, Yichen, Nimaron Lloyd Kachiduk, then CMI come on course in Kadakan audit, by the way, Kadakan Rujuguru Nijichin audit. A Kachido Polana Green Kajuan.
Mr. President and the members of CMI delegates, I have only one question for now. Is there any? I do have a lot of questions, but at a particular time I have only one. And I want to ask this question. My question is, do you have any courses in CMI regarding audit?
I have accounting.
Or accounting classes, a course.
Degree.
Do you give the degree on that accounting subject?
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Kramer. To answer your question, and unfortunately, today we don't have our Vice President of Academic and Student Services here. She's actually working with high school principals and students today. But let me answer that by saying it's sorely needed, and certainly we will look for that opportunity to enhance our business degree with that specialty in auditing as a certificate. And we have talked about that in terms of our possible certificates and/or degrees for the future.
Imarong bar ngiyaman kakubaba. I know the
Manon Malot.
Kamal Chairman. I know the at one time yar par trugagi yar par join chairperson lo Business Studies Department lo CMI. Unfortunately, a jalak auditing class, but we do offer accounting, basic accounting courses. It depelo level na me rujugura nijer rabarong after completing their associate's degree. Rabarong you go into maybe EY work. I mean, rabarong bulin intern, but they don't. We're not at the level me rabarong dukun pag charabalin audit. Aga they have the basics, law accounting, bookkeeping. Unfortunately, lo ilang yan high school ko rejab offer kalajin pijinijim accounting. Rejagapten in most cases, rejugura ralatongan siya may rejagap pagkalajin accounting for the first time. Chuan labajalale chuan area may lugon lab aigwit. Lugon lab aigwit. Loterin not no auditing classes. Come on.
Molan wakom nebal lalongan Senator Kramer.
Kumulan yarbar chuan gar rujugul CMI mga yar kukar na class in accounting karilo CMI madan promeja kan chitkada gani rujugul rin nijidi kan accounting age chichembaron kamane dan accounting in chen rong jon ngan ki kan ban rong element is already do age par lewa jabar kachidagi dan Ijellogan dan yakado ko med ijellogan rujuguro ta focus on CMI charrongan dan project dan ekolokan mission yo melbar dan errega nganar lelok chalalo jan najiri ronde jidare focus on CMI pero de ilo lamanagin katabaran education ge em jare ang bar to get into what business in dan water deliveries, tent rentals, t-shirt printing. Parpijin tangan ichit me CMI kamane me then it's a non-college room wo. What other business CMI were engaged in?
My second question is regarding the educational part of CMI. Are you still focused on that, or you have other focus that it's happening right now regarding water delivery and other T-shirt printing, and I want to know if you guys still doing that educational and do other business in CMI's engaging.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. And for more specifics, I will ask Vice President Catone. But it is, our primary focus is degrees and certificates. That is our, and looking to build workforce development.
Manilalangan Vice President Catone benu wakak lotu karu lukun katabarayan siya mai pogidayame me ikijen tigrim certificate kan rujukul.
However, many community colleges, not only here, but in the United States, use what they call an enterprise zone. They create what's called an enterprise zone.
Patabi marombar kanono kan jugul kan ilang jugulo ijakan rai kajarapal minin rajbai enterprise zone.
And those zones are set up so that we can provide other services for the community.
Zone gain rajayangan air marong lelak cibango ngan jugujugun pero.
As an example, at my previous work, an enterprise zone was set up as a theater company. And so it was
jugujugun pero yar to jene ar komar arajak juan enterprise zone ikijen
theater company.
Ikijen theater company.
And so it was built to make a profit and to provide additional income for the institution. But our primary is just like our mission says. We're here to provide degrees and certificates and workforce development. Kumul.
Mr. Chairman, Chalo ngi marang malam kemani kakupa yang dengan presiden kualak. Aku mau tanya pakai lagut kacit kuan honorable senator in Audit, Mr. Kramer. Ngi mani pemang committee yang marang lihat report me is referring me but summary report on audit on CMI 2021 me over 50 pages. Buat calak amaro presiden yang kabi ngana marang lengaram keman ya kata kagam lelangan. Presiden kap bodoh itu orang kap lalai, audit summary yo. Peneman pun kap kemana wajah kata kam lelangan presiden kap bodoh sudah kata. Akhir kian wagro ngan ngan ada kacau tu kan anak pesan itu kian service kan college me provide kian an example water delivery. Cara walgain raga rucino. Team collaboration ikipen government yo agar chino jan traw deo ime chep charwali no da ikichen par charwal go chep telang ko ni kemi jagar par chonian e jima kemi me 2013 nge 2014 CMI agar warning ikichen finance ime agar quality ke trigin is was agar warning CMI par jab operational laws wan CMI agar lat imatan recommendation go ragal le tangan college pe chenlale enterprise wan and expanding and chipang bridge that gap male gunagar lab entry logic and that chalaga the only service providing that college was company lottery in tuition and fees. There were no other services. Imigichen charbal gojet gichen media imparano charbal gojet most of the time college was over charbal gain elapta tangan kiene on island gain free of service agar lolugun more menagain moyen college in jagar bugingan charbal wan college on island gain mungai lo manewan kami din ba college in slow down ni menegainim sa provide service ngan jama public pene ka kure entity ko jet jamaron charwal ben management am bod way chen ka pajarak charwal gi na ga un level binar gar chibi do menegain ngana gar chibang college wana lenkin iro charwal wan me rawr pen pidoro alali internal need war yim chabru langan outside sources wan college no chet yen chet term lig jab charwal gi nan college yo aga chej po kache da kai nim kaw deji kumol Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Komulgan uago yo hebar dalam modangan President Bujan tunggu jaga tam lamu jabala jangan kue Kramer. On malakot.
Just to clarify, when I said profit, that was not the correct word to use. It was cover costs, is the wording I should have used. So, come on.
Chairman, I need one more kachita. Then, member which one member heading pare then Elvan wall with then finding gain with can I blue procurement regulations gains. And then Jan Walling and long and lemol thousand menu lower report again can chip bid out. Your specific questions you get change the asset gain and CMI mga imaron kachid gitchen tenen merit kamane yung kariyo jalo na harge bid out tenen gatchade wanen ngar tenen water trucking harge bar bid out gatchade bar wanen imaron gido bar kape ngar dan request for proposal ngar war ngan water trucking ballaw bar dan Imkamolo then President Kanan Kamul services gain provide Maron than better services to the community, enterprise zone, Ilan Kamuli. Kachidura low Pidgin low private sector, right Kalai. CMI gross revenue taxes and again low water, low tent, t-shirt printing report audit bar company bar pidgin again yan bar CMI bar low airway and bar do bar comedian but in lally way and charbal bar chen low pidgin again to the mem jan CMI engage in kachido ko ne ramarong bar ledo bar merali kitchen kachido ke kumol Senator Kramer ganan ko babalo lo kachido ko an roman kitchen ilabda bidding out items kana me rejo tongan pen CMI me rejo pugi urwegi kitchen ten nei kitchen chalegar chete wonan ten nei imkin karu hijen wada trakeo me permission e karche da wonan me jemarong ganan kuku babalok number than renovation go which is wrong than janbar renovation go on moment president tabar lungal bar chubu 1000 you can repair jamarong bar lower request for proposal and then area bar bid out and ramarong bar ledo bar melali you can Barkachido Karan Senator Murray, one president, you know, document on ownership, but it took it. Arkaman lease or Logo, it's a pillow than CMI, and a very pen lawyer on the Ilan Kamalale. But Leo Barkachido gets in Kokubaba. Come on.
Man Komol, Malodam, Chojumwagi, Kajituko.
Kumol Mr. Chairman alangi merong maladom wa kaje de ken we ilalale raja wo lo odo de 2021 temjer wal jang dak imi ngai meron maladom kemela lagi boy presidenan college nana ne ken jago kari do tergin me proses again ragat pak chigir igi chen ngan tu karunum kamagaji gi chen momon president anu tanagar president e kwalo ke ngai ne jadi rela charbalen pen LC enan college nana ken pen board imparano do bi janan Senate committee the Walben Tagam committee name Ganan committee in Lingerie. Igichen retene na ma water trucking ngejima kimi jagar itok chon report ngan kami dinam igichen procurement process or pagchigir igichen olben charbalgin ro olben charbalgin ragar ja pagchigir igichen ped kenage ragar pagchigir igichen sourcing all of supporting takamino ragar provider mjeri tongan kami din imelangan kami din additional requirement kachito igichen lawanot kachito ginan honorable senator in chimonon provide igichen taxes college chep kallagi tako igichen charbal go kamani ano dagar ba mo dalok kaya lang minin concern minin an channel public yalta comedian innam college ana lengi nemunon kabajara kan provide service again an channel public ana kan president qualify CMI to make profit out of these services most of the time just karalogging and free jabaru dna me comedian and qualify bur charbal ginan comedian Mr. Chairman, kami di amane jamunan ne kabajak service again an kalajo ngancana public kumol.
Man kumol kan wako yorot ke jenjane grammar pangai.
Kumol kan mero ki cica rodo ke dan sole source kan mero ini calon bid calon dan cabrot ni ma Rit kembali pejani juga ini, tamak rit compete pen dan najadian pejani juga me rit provide service gain kaderi, rit kalai ho, jaga kala di ecap, emang ecap lalari ecap kala di engar pero dulu carbal ho me mission statement kan provide quality education kan najari ini percunin mereka cedek jan concern parents juga nursing nursing student rane itu kan graduate ro macam marong kacu carbal no jaga intern ini marong berlewa jabar dan berkacu dengan ni iba tarik cepetan perlu practicum kan ni kalau practicum loko jangan air rolong juga macam marong kacu no je
Mol kan kacu tu, jujur muakai kacu tu itu ke nejarai mereka graduate jan college yang recep kacu Talem Charbalano Journers.
Just to clarify, this is the question about nursing, our nursing program, correct? Okay, come on. Is it still Senator Kramer? Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is. My question is for our nursing graduates. Why is it that after they graduate, they're not able to work as nurses? It's not part of the educational curriculum for them to have practicum and be working while they're getting their degree as nurses?
Okay, so unfortunately, I don't have our Vice President of Academic Services here, but let me try to answer it for you. So our program is designed in cooperation with the Minister of Health program, in cooperation with the hospital.
Cholo berbagai jago dan Vice President yo, academic, agin kaciuman huwa kacidagin. Programnya wan CMI, cara balik penbar Ministry of Health ilo wawenin.
And so our program for our graduates, once they graduate, they go to the hospital, they serve an internship while they're finishing their degree.
Iloan charbali pen hospital relang ajon mana kajane dan moda eno chon dan regam menini.
And as far as I know, every one of our graduates are placed into service.
Iloan rujuguro.
However, this is an AA degree and not a bachelor's degree, which would give them a full nursing license and degree.
And degree,
However, our long-term short goal is to have a BA in nursing.
Katabara amin, no yun waweno bakamin waram BA degree in nursing.
Come on.
Kumol.
Kumol ayar bar per logar kariu jalok an CMI me ar kuman logar me yar lo dan an kariu jalok chilungural the graduates can bachelor's degree chibugi on lalim romer arpage degree of chibugi chimagit chibugi chimjon or chimjon gitchen GD kamolol kan charbalgin me ramman me college in it kamane plan kachido and parents eleganer pug degree gain edage built in gitchen dan ilo ko jagan air pugi baran degree jalom ke ralog place and chino charbale no nurse injap dan elegana erjo jalok ritom tan mar ta charbal enot enot rojal bar rechin categorize lo yichin nurse simple kala go one nurse.
The question from the parent is regarding the graduate student in the nursing program. They are concerning why the students are not have in their program some practicum before they graduate. So when they graduate, they go straight to the service instead of going back and seem like they are do the practicum afterward.
So, Senator, my understanding, and certainly I could follow up with my Vice President, is that our students are actively working at the hospital as an internship while they finish their degree.
Senator Cranberry, Iloan, Rujuru Berilo, Kamini Neguarilo, then I built a chicken anymore, Charabale, and I Nekadujolak. And
the reason I know this is because I sat in on a meeting with the hospital and with our nursing department chair about rotations. There was a question about rotations, so I know that they're actually working in an internship. Or practicum, excuse me, practicum.
Carbelujon meeting and Chala meeting and Carbelujon meeting and college. German college lo nursing up I pedalam rat kanono kan why when again mere book chigir yala gay why when or company.
But to clarify, it's a practicum, not an internship.
It's on practicum, it's an internship.
Come on, then parents and Roger then Lale, I did run dalam cuan royal ciluya agar irut nurse ita agar chain nurse mol
Kumola Senator Kramer ilo terina China jile alaman pen Senator Bruce Piliman jen melolap joinan memberun PAC committee penuan mantakan kajituan amanin Senator
Moro Chairman Muda dayanan kamodo rani chicken Yenin Kilep Chairman of Member Rain Kilep President CMI Chair Kanan Perkola Kilep Members of Board of Region Kanan Kilep Vice President and CMI for the record Chair you do the K Kartu the K in law yearing Kanem Kanan by Armijin Manola Frenchalai Pajora Perum Chapter, Cholhapper. I catch the guy, none Kamalay Lame. Your Joan Valima catch the can find the Remy Rally to report one CMI. And a kitchen other day, you won't tell him Chomola catch the wrong one. Can I ban a car? I will see it meaning getting it petty. Chap come and catch up. I'm going to catch the Kena or in Chinojan, Kachita Kami Langar, Nitijela Ledok, reported in Ramanikan, Commodal Stabnik and Elor Jagi. We got really all been in a roller that you read all home, Chongol Chona. We can been Tolan, Kanuno Gina way. All the Kajatum Kanuno, same words, same response. You know, Panagay bar. Imagun wrong. Kachitaga Genum Tada repeated per question many. All of hearing go yard per joint member in public account. Kachitago pen pimia, pen management package and CMI, and Rainini Chantok, Kanan chala ya budget. Kajadaga gain karwa. Chona lada. CMI response letter dated March 4th, addressed to Chairman Momotaro. Salutation to Chairman Pejang. Signed by former chair. Elmena marong lagay ko panlatay kay Chun simple mistake. May notice by elementary. Ini juga radio dam chala kay koman lalangan Chairman Raini authorized Chairman Mokta. Kachidagain time really. More like and then I'm young teacher to Latangan Nitijela. But Kamanamal Latana Kumartin to Kulakam Dalangan, Charakan Eberl. You know the chip, but professional. Your print shade, your photo shade. Kajadaga King Kajilu, Elanga policy law, CMI, an advanced chair, Karanjala, and renovation, construction. Kajadaga again, Kaiman. Lease agreement is about 66 months and lease. Ladana Raja Wajan Pen President ownership. Kajadaga in command responsible. Elang investigation for Pukchigir. Bridge investigation on Thai Chiblukun paper holding Tata Kanega. Kadailing paper run to know. Yanan Chalai. Paper the Kanel Tronga, Chala Peel of Sale, Edgate to Peel of Sale and committee Kia. I allowed to lease a Merigunadkar. I can repeat the guy. I check at the Kuaranga in your rain. Never reindulge, Jabber company ring, a Jabber ring, and Pujarat. Chona Janagar withdraw 1 million withdraw from bank and company cash flow disruption 1 million. Emilo provision Ganajba. SL3, SLT team, SLT senior leadership team, through president, will provide board on the specific of the uses of, along that line. It will love 2 million and cover cash flow. What the president said in a warning status. What is warning status? And why are we in warning status? Misa is part of the salary. When you do remit salary, that's the component of the salary, wages, Misa tax, income tax. And Senator Chairman, I think, raised a very valid point. If other agencies are receiving the same subsidies and they're not late, why is CMI late? And it's a very good point. Maybe Jasmine can answer the question. Why is CMI not receiving their cash flow on time? Check. Chairman, I didn't know that. I'm going to walk more.
Man, kumola member Senator Cruz, Nitijela lang pen CMI pero one malado muaki chet kaji to ko roman rarto ni pen member injuan. One malado CMI.
The first question I have asked the management multiple times, the administration for CMI, to provide me with a management package. I've yet to receive that. My second question is, regarding the CMI's response dated March 4th. If you see, the letter was signed by, there's certain discrepancies in the letters addressing the chair of the committee. My third question is, does CMI have any policies for advancing money for, let's say, renovation or other related matters? Question number 4 is regarding the lease agreement. It clearly states on the lease agreement that it's a 66-month lease agreement. What is there to investigate if it clearly states that it is a lease? My 5th question is regarding the $1 million withdrawal that was withdrawn to address cash flow disruptions. Can you please explain that? Question 6, the president stated that the CMI is currently in warning status. What is a warning status? Why is CMI in warning status? The last question is regarding the payment of MISAs being late. Why is it late? Why are the payments late if the MISA salary is part of the employee's salary? The MISA payment is part of the employee's salary.
Good morning, Senator Billerman. I'll answer each one. Is that what the senator wishes, Chairman?
Just wait a little bit and I'll maybe have some clarification. So I will give it to the senator to,
When you make budget for salaries, you factor in taxes. And I don't know if some taxes are paid, but why MISA taxes are not remitted.
And Senator, I'm going to have Vice President Catone answer that question, if it's okay with the chair.
Chairman Kumolim Kaudojo Honorable Senator Mr. Billy Morgan Kajitogani Kitchen Tax Elangai Marong Chirgodian Lukun Kamalalik budget cup cash when they come Chuan physical year. I am one of finance Virginum Yerolog and Baranot Ledongan Committee Kakova Kakavirgalek Nayarologa Kanan. Ngay approved Chuan budget Chuan physical year and Chen Nitijela or Jan Bodo and Kalajan Island Kenito Kano Chuan. Budget chin ito cash ilawan budget into. So for example, ngayon chong million and deposited into our bank account on that same month, same day or same week, may budget and approved. Imagine an senator in Audit and Malala Kamila Lagi Alakala John Reserval. For example, the total payroll and CMI crossed overall total without deduction yet, but overall total and it ruby level 1,000 low pay period in Kia. Emarong link to the end, you don't talk like one CMI, Jasmine Emarong Lale record and I rank to the end, able to long and roll on Chidu Kuala late Kalagin and CMI. So Ella Jabito Kalagin and CMI, Kanaman Tiligi Kalagan and Social Security, Kalagan and allotment, Kalagan and payroll. Itu kalagin, but there are some factor which CMI jalan control over managing Mr. Chairman. Ejimai perkacituan ini cina negara 2 billion dengan supplementary cash flow komponen presiden mengenai kembali lagi in more detail. But this is the reality of cash flow. This is the reality of budget. Ilo operate, ilo kalajan island ini. Even kenarogan jo parentri. Pichen Melalagan how they operate, but Chikiwan College in 10 Chinunagar Charpali, Kumol.
Okay.
Ten walk out of Kachatukwa, Chunot Kachatanua.
Okay, Awang Jamarumbilin, then Leon Pen, and other game Jantok, Eugen Finance, and other request and pen member Juan Herring. Nitijela lawan ipen when bar kuwalag lo when clear when wagay chunot katen ikichen kachitogam ikichen pilagay rechap kale allotment social security when chunot katenan uwag ngakomarong parstedi mota Mjolopura Senator Nitijela way Senator Jonin Kuku Baba Ilo Kajidoan Ibam on Malawat Ering.
Procurement Kumol Chairman, Amber Karologinin, Palina Mananga, CMI, College Management, and Kalabaruwa, Irrigation, and Bounce Check, Karkajidugan, Senator Murray Milne, Kabrumijan Kalala, Menuan, Reservoir, Kumyamabar, Kalada, Wago, Igijan, Karkajidugo. Kia game of the Reservoir in our region finance here and go Jojum and Malo than Buage, Tawunin. Mall.
Kumul Senator Redding. Minila on the pen finance. Yeah. Okay, Minila on the pen finance when one Malaton Waga Kachitoko, Yagijan Kachitokan, Senator Maureen Milne, Kuwai pen Senator Jack Herring Cup, Ipena Bruce Pillimon, on Malaut Finance, Amianin. The Melgini neighbor level way, Senator Pillimon.
Kumul Chairman, Yahweh, yung kile kumojalep. Ngan uwage kachitok eo yigchen yatake rumit cash flow ngan siamai matan initiative ko on finance kan kachiyang bayan kamakajalak other the gainan kien enodar melalege company unit ko rebar pello human punubunewan kien Chitaga company unit digiloge it rumajaya submit financial statement yung trial balance ngan rumanabonro yung matan initiative ko finance arkachong kamani lo chinon fiscal year lo January 2025 did rebiji subrecipient disbursement, quarterly disbursement kayong kachiyong peren bata submit all of requirement ko ngan ruban bonro im jemala tijaloge it whole up to the operation ko ngan kajojo entity ko but joining our initiative finance company, we're still trying to look for ways it ngan review what kalawan kajojo company unit chikachong emayan bar finance hire CPA pweng kachong bar tibang pulin provide some sort of training ngan company unit CFO ko ngan submission langan auditor. I hope iwage kajojo ko Senator Nitijela Monolep, Kumol.
Kumol finance, kia yakuman win o jen melele itu kaya rumijalangan tal chair kini jawan jabro unwo akan parumijan report akan finance. Yawa ini ja ini we unmalah untuk berjirik.
Honorable Chairman, Mamano Jaja Kanungan Wawinin, Mgaitamak, Evil, SOEs go up statutory cooperation one kin, Treasurer Jage, Earing Lechupunin Rainin, Elbada, College and Ramajang. Ilo appropriation bill. Ejikamalage alange statutory authority go and kiengab SOEs gab rojadme agencies go rajab marang rajab auditable innem kiene marang refugee subsidy wire emeju menin finance ka money alange jangan diri lo kadu dan chuan yan ragi ngai kenunu gage Yang ilo provision bill na ibagai ejabai wiro yelok subsidy gain ngan organization gain. Emaligare uago ilgunaman kumbol adjustment ay bayaragin.
Mol Senator Heading, ako train amot Senator Bruce Biliman. Kung malaw doon kajito ko am.
Mula chair. Iba repeat kajita kagada. Rajangan uak. Mol.
Maramba repeat. Pero uwa ko lap kajito ko am.
Kajita kagain kajuan par repeat. Enodarang repeat. Wali biyan ngay kajita management package. Marong achilu emen lalim katana kajita echebadok. Uwa ko rujang tok kaminaj pogotok. Rachebatok. Yan ang chala why. Kajita kagain karwo. Ako ngay kwala lada yang. To Honorable Senator Dennis Momataro. Subject update on CMI progress report response to PAC concerns. Yahweh Honorable Pejang. This is a governance letter, meaning at the highest level, signed by President of CMI Chairman Board of Region. Just the beginning. My question is simple things can be do right. How can I trust with the big things? Do I trust the content of the letter? I don't know. Even minor one cannot be corrected. Kajadagagin kajalu, Kamol Chairman Bakolyatok Ian. Immaterial money. I could say a lot. Housing lease agreement shows 66 months term, whereas Vice President letter to President CMI indicated ownership. My question, because these two are the most appropriate legal binding documents for any partnership in terms of lease, in terms of contractual obligations. And you mentioned that there is an investigation ongoing. My question is, investigation on what? I mean, there are more secret information out there we don't know. If they're out there and we don't know, what are you going to find? These are the most, how do I say it, qualitative document. My other question is, please write it down so I don't have to repeat my questions. Is there a policy to lend or advance cash for other purposes? And my other question, I'll speak in English so we don't have to translate. 1 million withdrawal from bank, and within 30 days, SLT team through CMI president will provide comprehensive report to the board. Question is, have you provided that report? It's in the resolution. Please read your resolution. And my other question is, are my people, especially parents of CMI students, don't know what is warning status? What is warning status and why are we in warning status? Why now? My other question, now I forgot to include this one previously. My heading is about impersonal writing, meaning the responses to PAC, the letters that were provided to us, he, she, and very specific. I think you can do better than that. Individual, they, him or her, all those things. Because when it's a very small community, and we can make it very personal, it provides a lot of assumption for so many people. So you can do better than that. And my other question is, I'm happy to hear about what's cash flow strategies. I was a budgeting director once under former minister and now the speaker. And we incur cash flow before. But I don't think government has any problem providing, remitting the MISA. there are other ways that you can, for example, you can cut out some of the services that visa isn't obligatory for the CMI. It's a legal obligation for you. And the people retirement especially is very important. My question is it a priority for you? My other question is what Senator Edding mentioned before. If other entities and agencies are also receiving money from subsidy from government and their audits are good, they're on time, and so on and so forth, why is CMI delayed? Those are my second repeated questions, and I don't want to repeat them third time. More, Chair.
Temorelon translator when summarize kajitukan Senator Cruz, yung gia generalon CMI peren un malaudan wagi kajituko, un malaud translator.
Kumol, nginit kajituko rualen akajituk, mercangan wak, kajituko cinundara ikicen management package yo, iar kajituk elang katan, yang boleh cilulongan emen kia, alena kajituk mercangan lengan wagen. Kain karo ikicen latana wawenan karciji. Jadar jelok Senator Chairman Momodaro, Lamit Lolain Chinunada, Economic Minister of Modalok and Education Minister Beijing. King Gajilu Gitchen policy on CMI Gitchen advance Chen Goralap and Project or Clip. Ilo policy gain on CMI, Gitchen. Advance we put change in account one CMI. Kain gamen gichen lizio, meje kenono gage, me doer kenono gage. Ilo bebang na ibal li chino aleng. Akiye jironge, je put kamanjon investigation gan ownership. Tain awal eleng menin itunogo committee ne chalagagi kum chalagagi ewo kem ganan chala yadake. Jika ono kon ownership, jika ono kon lease, jika ono kon emichangan lang tok melalago me, enot emalaga kalmalojan gay. Kain kalalem, jika chain cash flow, me arkaman kan 1 million. Jika nampak chala melalen, jika nan chala ada gay arkaman. Kain kasi jika chain nane warning status jana tamelalin. Ime ada gay jam kia, ada gay jam perilo warning status. Ngai kanan melale ada gay. Ejwal nani warning star in Tamil Manganda. Emelik dara ikichin mija enoda agar pake ilo mija na ila kamani pajata kana chit pajate kariri edage jam mor room jolokongan kala mija kumol.
Okay, janilelong CMI ngan wako. All yours.
Thank you. And so just to clarify, Senator Billiman, when you say management package, do you mean the compensation package?
Man bugot melala Senator Billiman, bugot management package ta melala ngana dan kono lugun kali kardo.
Maybe I forgot the term salary because I've been repeating this question a lot. So I'm sure your colleagues will understand what I'm trying to ask.
That must mean yes, okay. So the management package is different for each member of the team, depending on whether it's deans all the way through the president.
Pagizin kenono kage yokodak ikiche nganda chalabalageni merogena jen tinio longan president.
All packages include salary and benefits.
Alamin pagizin kenono gan salary go waner then perimeter wire.
Additionally, the president and the vice presidents receive a possible housing stipend.
Kubala gulubini ya president vice president or stipend go on housing.
Additionally is that they would receive an automobile.
Internet
connection.
Internet connection go internet.
And I believe that's part of that. That's the compensation. Concerning, if I can answer question, one of the questions was about ACCJC. What is warning?
Yeah, then work, then warning ACC, then start again.
So our accrediting agency, if you don't meet the standards or eligibility requirements, they have 3 levels of sanctions.
Accreditation, then agency, then CMI, our chilu, warning actually where one going to meet the requirement wire.
One of those requirements is eligibility requirement number 5, which is yearly audits.
Number
Because we didn't have 21, 22, 23, 24 audits, ACCJC placed us on the first level of sanction, which is warning. And part of that warning includes 18 months to complete up through audit number 2024.
Can you repeat the first statement?
So the agency is giving us 18 months to complete up to audit 2024. Our plan is to complete our 2024 audit by this December, which would be 11 months before their cutoff date, which is November 2026. And that is the accreditation piece. To go on to the next question, which was the policy to advance money for renovations on house or other matters.
Policy can come on advancing and repair.
What makes the situation with the contracts complicated and the reason why there's a pending investigation is because we're having trouble determining who owns what property.
Only property,
Or who owned the property at the time the leases were created. And that's why we have an investigation now with our attorney, David Strauss, to determine who owns what.
Privilege. Margo privilege tolak apa?
Okay, Member Senator
I think
Bruce,
question is
the other
very
one,
simple.
privilege on.
Come on, Chair. I think the question is very simple. Is there a policy for advancing money?
No, sir, I don't know of any policy that advances money.
Senator, policy and advance chain and president qualify chalak ilan chalak. Jam uwaga kachitaga.
Yeah. So to answer your, Senator Billerman, to answer your question about the $1 million cash withdrawal disruption, et cetera, I'm going to ask Vice President Catone to address that, if you don't mind, Chair.
And uwaga kachitaga kijen $1 million chair na me ewalak lo kachitaga Senator Billerman inilalangan Stephen Katon Ben Jujum Wagato.
Mana one malakot.
Kumol, Mr. Chairman, Modajana, one malagadam wagi kacha the Koro Jan, Senator Udijan, Malala Langi Maran clarify give it Chirik statement, Yagar Walagi Malak Jen, Honorable Senator Eogen, Anyway, the term used unauditable. In an Kualang and Yugam Committee in Armijin Majal, AG Maran Kajimu Ibert, Pukuan College on Island Gain Richard unauditable by unauditable Melalin. It's a Karu, Buku and College on Island Gain improvement control Richard Barong Puni. Other than College on Island Gain, you're with a chap and chap Narong audit. College and Bukuan College on Island Gain, they're auditable. Padap irungu charbalagi nameng to charbarong tamang ilo college on island king nano clarify gi meaning way terminology nige jar complicated chirik igichen kajida koan chanadare yude chen malalak igichen 1 million yo I know that report and bodo chinon Mr. Chairman your chun yen and odanagar president kwalakay there was a perfect storm ilo college on island king na chanaroma lang ag charbal manajan charbal agar Walang and college away, Kenogan, Abang Amang Chino manual system Wamang, Chagar move into electronic. Ilo train Charvalgo, Chagar money, Egar Warjet trial and error, another guy boom the name and college and again, and Amanger take the risk and come up with system Wamang. Elangarjet Charvalgo, it's intentional, unintentional. Many minutes Marang pick it up by they were done at the technical level. Merging of data, student information data were not captured in 2017. The home recently it was discovered physically in. Kechagar report along board chongan loss of data. Agar kanaga organ record will include 10 chechagar merong pogilo revenue over time. Imagar common meaning of loss of revenue change in Marong Kola in 2017 Yotongan Io Imyamang Loi Imunamangar Kachiduk Ipen Bodo Modal overcoming and Karoto Janin and supplemental laws in make a marriage of Marong capture loss of revenue. Im Kamolo Bodrologiman, Kamolo President Rologiman, Im Podorin Kia, Kaloman in President India management in low money in Garchabalagin, which in Marongar. Put aside money on college and know that matan requirement or sen ACC put aside money. Churchu consider a rainy day fund, Churchu consider a contingency, Churchu consider a emergency fund. In college in a Karelan Chanagi, Piang Majalaway, Alanga or Chuani and Chuan Ran, college in a term to book, Chenmang Karuto Chanagin. Im Chigin Megarwalan College in Chunia and Yenogo Raur, Pajanagartocum supplement Charvalgin. Imalang committee name, Yamonano report in Chenagar management and Bodo, Chenamonan Cheripen committee as part of our transparency process. In reporting.
Report no way Kanana.
Okay, well,
property.
I know the regular all of Igichen compensation one CMI and management all the way to technical staff. All of Charbalagin, Mr. Chairman, posted the website one CMI and other Chidian requirement was an ACCC for reporting and transparency purposes. Igichen pound check, cash flow, and other paloguman. Even Kananagan Chidijinji, which Marong Melalay, how they operate. Aga Trujere along Chen, in budget, it's two totally different concepts. But budget and approved number menan. Cash and around the way of Lukun, Kanigo and Mujagom, Ajijan, Ranmer, Takarpojang and Amene, cash in. Each of Kanan Naru and Chunum Chunilo Charbalin, I get the end of the day and college of Parano de Hero. Other committee now, Maran Kachidipen finance, Naramarang Ledok. The last 3 years of disbursement of CMI's money, the committee and law are often and timely of disbursement of CMI's money to CMI. It really play a factor into how we do our monthly cash flow. But all of 20 year, Charwal pen reservoir directoran business office financial aid project manager mobijan krani gijian cash flow on kalajan island gain. It's always off and we keep changing it almost every quarter. There are many contributing factors to that annual cash flow that the college doesn't have control over. We may have control over projection of expenditures, aggregation incoming of cash. We have no control over that except our internal funds. Come on, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Biliman.
I think Kaudai Komiro Modaba, Rule Minister in Finance, Mamman in the Chun Lukun, Kamala Lake Finance, Kamil Miller, Kamal, Tijalakan protection, Tijalakan control. Similarly, we've been there. In Tijala Chilgun Malay. You don't have to lecture us about that. Well, Kamang Parachala. Minokachitaga is simple. Get to the question. Human 90 days, SLT team through President will provide that report on 10 million. That was a very simple question. More.
Mole Senator Bruce, lawyer Senator Berchuan through Senator Edding or Yoran Bara Kachiduk, Nilelok flooring honey, on Malakot.
Chairman Kumbol, Chilualen here. And Perpecture Konai Gen Melalego Yar Koalawim Melalego College in Paranot Koalawe, Igichen unauditable. Iwadak I'm Yankal Melojan Ganwawinin, I can Melale Nanin. Agevorilo Chundre, your Chundre, Kerubero Arpoyagan Pune College, Arian Prarian Maron Pune, Emilio Terrain, age unauditable. Kenaway, age of Bojak, financial record one, age of Bojak, report one. Emilio Terreo are unauditable. Polenche the 12. Ever auditable. Agilutreo, ever jap Muninan finance chap Magayam Kadalop, subsidy one college. Ngay Arjab Kadalop. Kanadan Chalajaneman. I will Kuada you do your money gojan finance. And subsidy, I guess, is OE go marriage by subsidies and finance. I look other age look. Alange Arjabru using Evan Kalajane or email and it's about the double. I wrote it. Yaredalganir. Adamol many college Yabri subsidy Chenkian. Avaricholagan money in Abri the Yabaridojan Taparu chicken. Age of money ojan kian, subsidio. Melalan wage the operation Kumpan Kalawan and Social Security. One and reservoir, but one and reservoir like Social Security regiment. Kajidu in Sojo Rene, Chin subsidy and Kiani Lewit, Nanabi, like one and reservoir gap, Social Security required.
Mole Senator Edding, Chono Kajidu Gaman. Chenilalangan CMI management when Malado Noka Kachido Chen Senator Edding. On Malado management. Apalagi na mudahnya nami uang ini jalan di pen translator poin per translate poin president ini berjalan. Unmalawat.
I have only one question, and regarding the funding and the subsidy, is there only one you have for the budget is the subsidy? Is there any other resources for the CMI? Without the subsidy, apparently there's nothing it can do. So my question is, what's the others if you have any other sources toward your budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. So presently, our budget runs about 60 to 70% on Pell. I call it Pell-centric because the greater our enrollment, the more opportunities we have for Pell funding. That's number one. 30% then comes from other sources, which would include our grants and the subsidies we receive from the general fund and from compact funding.
Gentlemen, Madam Kamila Chirikan funding in and CMI. Did you know long and chimney percent of the Bell Grant? And with Periberi, you and Langlock Rujul, Langlock Rujul, you are Langlock Chibangin and Bell Grant. Chinungul percent is the Grand Gadget co subsidy.
And if I can, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, to answer Senator Billiman's other question that he had here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Senator Billiman, my apologies. The college always wants to communicate in the highest honor and respect to everyone in the country and our constituents, including our students. And the only reason, and I will look back on this now and make sure that in future communications, we really look at our pronouns. I can say in general, the reason why we used personal pronouns of he, she, men, them, and they was because the questions were very general and they weren't really specific. And so we did use those pronouns to respond. I'm sorry for explaining so long without a translator.
What did you
Ngan uwage abang yang arto kajian Senator pilih manikan jolakan college put kami kajian jangan ada kami marong kami kami kono nu penara kami jangan ngan kau tejer jangan ada kami marong.
Okay, ini jalan pena. Organ CMI management keuangan kejuruan Senator Bruce kejian latayan tetapi armission ni.
Kumol Mr. Chairman, telang imarang wakalo tu karun amjan project ni kuala ke jenis keuangan cerita lagi nada mencolokkan peripen jana dari nama Ilengkin kumol.
Okay, kumol. Ema ngajilo nan kau deh speaker pe amjan telang tu lo yang chamberin. Jika kita pin, marong mata speaker ni orang koran, lokal dich, modal lalongan speaker.
Good morning, and all of me are college. Manadio Ganaga Kabungo. College, Mr. Chairman, member in committee, management and CMI, Mr. President, staff and Mr. Auditor General, Team 9 Finance, Team Nitijela. Ilano, Kamanijada Kajidangan point of clarification. A modada Yikichian Nan unauditable. Kangayo Rowa Amelorate value flow name and I confuse here. My management is about Puka Charbalagahir rise auditable. Imi maronga kajito ben obijinan other general. Boke an CMI rich other the bolga modaga. Imi na follow up elegant kajito.
Mol speaker on Kachirwang. Nitijela pen Auditor General when Ware Kachitagin Yikin unauditable. Malawata Auditor General.
Okay. Como Chairman, como Speaker, que rumit benar-benar kerjaan kono naga raini contoh raja marong benar. Anak itu maksudnya ada arbar kembali lagi. Dokter ini yang malak benar-benar korar marong benar-benar kan ke lara itu reconcile ipokoir. Pen macam cara balik audit, ejai itu reconcile poko. Cara balik accounting itu pekcikan ejan. All of management responsibility. Melele finances ya, jadi dengan yen monitoring tool yang kejong kacida benedal John reconcile trial balance. Pai kacong HCG entity tahu rebo jangan awat. Menyangan rai berkanti jene dialog subsidi mereka. Atau wakai karena speaker ngewak muat.
Mol Eji, Palalangan pen speaker one malawat.
Komolot, Mr. Chairman. Melalain at dependent ilo situation kajangat approach dengan kabosi benar-benar. Majalang cemut trial balance ini kami rumit. Komarong pilot terang recep ada tu. Jadi mana? Melalain awal bian kepoja kena manda gilaan. Karumit yogo kemelala gagi. Awal ben melala go yuchen expenditure awal ben budget rarjap ada tu. Payarjap narongan real charbal yuchen reconciliation.
Cuma apa?
Mol Mr. Easy ganam clarify kin banda ben jab dogaramit. Again garo igaran is bakuna Mr. Chairman.
Malawat speaker.
And adam melele yongin kagian arang obijan auditor general benar-benar responsible dengan Nitijela. Yang benar-benar gaya lawyer concluded rayu dengan obijar nganar distributed. Emisio is bakuna yain. Kan responsibility yongin kagian na idok ngan obijan aro. Ako kain garo it's follow up ilo kacito kan mikicen property na me ito arang kono no ga. Kiyo your investigation. Kacito yo ito ke ari cholok investigation moda. Jenar company jarwal gane. Jenar chala unknown property. Jenar chala spend money ngan renovate ke angan accusation. Agilo terin kiyo itu roka citak arge etchamarge ajaro ne vidi. Majorna policy ay go strengthen nim kajimai. By melele yang langga lease ego lesero is responsible ngan career of property nganar range ni. Ngai chap ego je juai embro ne vidi kan mani go armagi. Ego je ego je clarify melele ne. John ego investigation ar jab kompan moda bajan kompan investigation elegant jarbalin. Aga jaga mani mergane ejmit aja jaga badi investigate after the fact. And kain gajilu rolongan air lelo subsidy. Yang macam ada dengan raisi, ajab kalau kuna man melelawar itu kena ibalun kajitu ben translator man, berkawan man locik translation ni, benar man hanjar kan melelagagi. Ikian subsidy, ejali kerja eor emen kuada. Nitijela ya kuj lelok on a quarterly basis. Subsidy ngan kacujo ijel langun Nga yang idok immune problem gan siya mai kitchen auditable jab narungan auditable. Meka man mayon rum jalo halumen. Mo senator yating on manda kan shows chilungul patsen in pajade include chap chidina Nitijela. Chilungul patsen in revenue ka so jaga rajita wajan pilgran. Chilungul jima jita wajan so jaga jade umi jima eji include chap chidina jan Nitijela. Jangan outstanding in payable and social security ngai tamag ilok jagjakan emjani exceedi emman ka jidangani ading bayalang ngai kaman emman bay president arkonogan gross revenue gross income emilawan sanada bruise arbaga matan factor ko kamani ilawan gross salary gani a deduction gani ikichen income tax ikichen social security ikichen tax gani jet health man gani emelang char kamman deduction ilawan ilok chako eliya deduction gani mejar deduction salary gana narmits peran jam marungan turnin peran marungan kadoji iljum jagala jawair eliya individual deduction ganangan social security ka char jab magajim kalai em kamman boy arm jarana iljum jagala jawair en marangun inshabdi en chelade iljum jagala jawair ko kajidu go gain jaga yun chagujin malale akchen ngat inarang perro yido perro siamai perro problem perro rumit Mr. Chairman ilan rumit CMI ejelede kejauh jauh, ejelede awalnya penemuan elap, anai lagi. Agaklah jalan baru itu, ya kan promotion bagai same face, same armits, same kacitak, same uang. Enet menjengat, kaya nak tabarangat, iyan menjadi tabar, kumolada.
Como speaker kan kajitu kuam Roman kajian marun lelangan CMI management pen cujum wage kajitu kuam speaker nan pag kami nan public accounts perioman speaker ubian speaker imbar auditor general report dengan imbar speaker mismo speaker ni lemang tak kajitu kenan lo hearing kain Nilangan pen management manua ko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Speaker. So the question on the CMI books being unaudible, we haven't found that the case from our own external auditors. They haven't said that to us directly.
Kumul, Chairman and Kumul Speaker, elang kijuem yamlo ikichen wa weni ni jawal kumit charbalik.
And so to repeat what I mentioned to the senators before, it was kind of the perfect storm in terms of responding to our past audits. Basically going from Excel sheets to programs. That was right before COVID. Then COVID, not enough auditors, that delayed our audit. That was several contributing factors.
Ikichen and wawen game meri wala ikichen other than inagar bala modaga kemar bello jon wrong bayan garlap jen and gar COVID jen challenging wawen and system in jarbal jen pewang and computer kamanjet wawen go me in marong room jalok yamabang kaming jarbala kemit on malago dum kam
I appreciate Mr. Speaker's advice, and also I refer to our Regent Tommy in terms of about reconciliation, monthly reconciliation.
Alaba kamulil nanin rajang ko an speaker member in Board of Region and kabilo choir can reconciliation kan abang gen make ioni very low.
I presently have our business department on a 90-day improvement plan, which includes monthly reconciliation of accounts.
Radum yung oran ilalong na business ubiyo weren company reconciliation gen yung mun radum yung oran.
Concerning the investigation about the property,
ikiche na dalio kan property na chicken chuweni lo an walo gulo na other than that.
the challenge is going to be that it's 4 years ago. And I agree there should have been, or probably should have been, some kind of pre-contracting or decisions made. However, that didn't happen, and so we're now faced with a situation where we have to use an outside investigator, which we're using our attorney, David Strauss. And we would be glad to give the results once that investigation is concluded. With the speaker's, with the chairman's permission, I'd like to ask Vice President Catone to ask again the outstanding MISA payments and what happens to that money that's deducted.
Mr. Chairman, ngayon katalangan Stephen Jan Catone ben kinono kan kajito kojat.
Man Nitijela boy Catonen kamerali gjen mani kojat.
Kumul Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, marang lukon kamerali 60-40% distribution Januan Kalajan Island 60% na jadan Pell grant ka federal grant ko an Kalajan Island gain, and 40% subsidy on Kien Ewan Island gain. Another road Timor Chala in Malay can federal grant rates advance on basis, on a reimbursable basis. Yung anod kami army in majal reimbursable grant kana ko jay which bench and guam imkiya ko jay which reimburse to kailik. Yung advance grant kana ko merong kachito gito imkiya ko receive yung lamas release. Yung ikijian tikijin an Kalajan Island gain terwalipen Ministry of Finance ikijian quarterly or monthly distribution kana another karba MLA Jarian Kamala Ron distribution, even then Kanan Nilo than Ministry of Finance by I have a lot of respect for them. Agang anot Kamala committee nam in war evidence ilar kanunu bendon. Committee nam I catch the kilo than college on Island Kane and that Reservoir Roll Business Office. Nerabarong leto the last 3 years of distribution and committee ne and while at the timely distribution. Kiyigian itongan budget versus cash ilo college on Island Kin. In Bullen, Yimang Wa, Iligabilo cash flow projection going at Kaman and college on Island Kin, Luchuana grow win. Aga Chigigin, Amang Lalach and one college on Island Kin. Kachanagan Rajalando, Kia Lale priority one college and release cash. Igichian subsidy on college on Island Kin, Vegetorian Kia on Island Kin. Metro 70% in Cheney Nijito subsidy Nijito Kiana Island Kin is fund the personnel operation go on academic program go on Island Kin. So Nakajanik Kanana Yigichian cash. Elagurutok subsidy gain agedu a lot of minikin and reserval, edu salary, edu all minimum KG low personnel cost. Ilo chuanot pay period or ilo chuan quota. Imirutok chunot quada or ro quada and Kalajan Island Kin. Yangin Chitian Chetanam Chelat cash ewan ailinkin ngan kagai gu juan personnel cost wan ailinkin imenge president yar kwalokan I'm going to take cash from Paul imlamoy kalawan and Peter so chigigin rewin chenchino naro charbadi lo college wan ailinkin ichemelele I'm not an expert lo agency ko jet polen elang chigigin er kamane aga chigigin rewin me college wan ailinkin eperi chenchinon agar charbali tangan kiya ilo wada dane enodanagar AG gar kwalak yoro muyangan wada dane college wan ailinkin like every other agency chibon is compliance ane kajangar chino pebena dogana rang chino ngan kiya imyo chibon is financial reporting on college wan ailinkin Mr. Chairman nga kajanagar ajam lale financial statement ngan college yo e kwalak e jam manot imyo kege college wan ailinkin as far as financials are concerned nge enagar abang alawat jamanonggar with rainy the fan kanan college yo pechen kagaya gujin aga je log nge dok chen again je jeng dan bang dok receivable ke ni jen cash jen magajam kallable ke jen nan college yo nge president yar ko alawlok imalok imi chologa upari pem kami dina mange chigin tri namya lale cash flow projection an college nam chelgi jab aga another row mere ke jabaro college wana ne ke nim kamani charwal gen ko balo ko pen jarbaro matai lo bejene jo biji boy jala ge bin jarwali nganir achene ka de ke chono dar maro kumol
oh mola kanan bar ko de speaker an ne balle lok one speaker boy namna yor boy kan chit malo speaker
Molo, Mr. Chairman, Chono, last follow-up. Emi tito ko di chen melele ko kiyo. Me man melele dengan chen mag roll ligalo chilu iya. Em lale chijangan kan distribute money ko tu ngan CMI chen subsidy ne. Em man pe bar peri ori man kan so nareng kiyo kiyo nan finance release. Emi kiyo nan finance release in glory compliance requirement ko. A major reconciliation of trial balance. And what you can ankaji the pen Dugani Bagaran finance. Chilu year a jaboyanga nam a kadake unrumage am company trial balance canam and a chilu the operation namelapta kitchen personnel. Ngayadin one it kajime. But chilu illegal I chimalaga naronga rumage releasing subsidy. Kan a room jam come on trial balance. Connect Kajimuanga Chigin, Kawarwalogilo, Kadan 2016 and 2019. And it's a repeated problem about Walogilo last 2 years and all that. And when you chill the army running and Kabuji Jum Jagalajoy, I get you the Budaman 9 again. Come on, Mr. Chairman.
Kumol speaker an kachidugon chene ballalongan management poina uaga kachidugon speaker on malot management
kumol Mr. Chairman am kamol Mr. Speaker am kaude kachidugon am imanong barba clarification an aga enodanagar president ne company lo opening statement yawan college ne career lo wata takwani lo ne 2020 ilo ne December in 2025 auto to go in 2021 I mean 2022 2023 2024 im pelen is chat ijiman Mr. Speaker roji concern in it's an ongoing concern on college and island kin imejimo im chat bu armen majaran melalaga ge ejimo ge college and island kin agar ruji kan auto to kwan ai porano mononon report and Mr. Chairman am comedian am ge this is the first time we lo chun audit team aro lo bejeni jo vi jagar career lo auto to 2022 lanot rualang imi kanan publicly kamolo ler imporano family wire kan sacrifice wire punan develop auto to 2023 based on projection interval 1 reservoir role business office im rojo dilo CMI ke career lo lanot rualang chalo kachito ke 2023 me mjani chino give Mr. Chairman ene jabar rualang career lo imyangin planning nagar yatanan prejadanyo chen reservoir matarolo business office movie jarro ke tijampa ene jere la wado again and 2022 2023 in 2024 Yung 2024 and 2025 fiscal year ilo college wan island kene iyo ko kan imerong bagar ragarbo puyemjar kamagat all system on online, all filing system on online, and the college is more transparent in how we do reporting imol ben charbal kwan minan kamolol eno da garba bodoro iman president ro president ne kiya bu praino bodorin kiya kallo mana melab dada kan oversight in mer le dongan management alab dada rejar ro iro business jo vigilo college wan island ken Kumol, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking for the Kachitakuan, Mr. Speaker. Kumol.
Kumol Akaton, Vice President, what Janilan Paripena member region, Senator Edding, member Yoran Bar Chilkachituko. Amuyanin, Senator.
Kumol, each colleague Montano Chichu minute, the Menajawain Kagayor, Embalend. Apan kanu yin lang kajito gilutray. Amo da yunan page ilo ami puk change and Paul am langan pida echep ke elminin elang local government wa melang agency ko rai kamane wa ni jo de echep lo kot agre chakam ruiron emange or change ye toilet ke ugodalongan Paul Kumro Morgan Malalago Yigichin funding source Ganan College. Stevenson Guayamba Chino Percent, Echin Pale in Federal Coranago. Manam Kajidak Bail Coranago in Reg reimbursable Reg Advance.
Kumol, Mr. Chairman, ngayon man imarang uwagay.
Man, wala maro to muwagay kachito.
Kumol, honorable Senator kan kachito ko yaman mude chenigi na reju reg advance.
Okay, kumol kiya barcabla longan rumijin kalla social security. Ngai jab tamake jai rumijin ke nganuan jangon ne Kalani yellow we in government or say 1.5 million. 2.11 million in the all cross salary and reservoir kian, including social security, income tax, money which you bill, and alak adal kalawan reservoir less tax lang gain, iri lock money and collect every gain. Emit tamake yellow kalago kumar company, yellow judian go remodel social security I will percarla. Poema yigati the gajan all of in packaging kalago low torreo. Now, along Mellow Jarunga, Modalo Kumar Rambak, winning Irmutuk subsidy o Jankin. Emerum Yamikal, Social Security, our bounce check. Along a Chino percentage pale grant, federal grant is advanced. Money in Rizalman, marriage dojan Belgram Bridge Advance. Tajaman Kajarawal, Chirigan Belgram in collect social security gain outstanding. Nainigal Melale along reimbursable. You don't have the money. Raja reimbursing Botam Lamit, Kajarawale, collect Ligabuan College. They're advanced to the college. Kajito time, all kumpan karkajar balchirikin channel collect social security gain me Miami or Rome and one and Roger Barrowe. More.
Mol, Senator Edding and Kajito Kun, Nitijela management, Buena, Wagi at Kajito Roman, Malawat management.
Kumol, Mr. Chairman, with Chuan Kajito, and Manjan Honorable Senator Yading. Ilo, and other Camilla Look, Chinon, Yikichian, annual budget on college and Anakin on a quarterly, monthly, depending on when bills come that we need to pay Yikichian salary or other obligation one college in. Tikijinawa Pell Grant is advanced. It's advanced based on confirmed enrollment and Rajagura, Nigeri Rajatogum. Elganan Major report and submit along the Department of Education, Kia, Chanigan Rajavel, Chetro Taunito. At summer, mostly, in May, it's challenging on college on Island King. Email Yidok Chani in a HF salary of them, social security, other obligations, other per Charval Kochatan College and Rajavar obligated at the same time, Kainan and textbooks. Mingonale financial report on a law other than college and again textbook unreachable matan expenses go relevant college and again it's more than $1 million. So matan discussion go been carpodum Pabinato go iloquilogan boarding in a common college and look at other strategies and cut cost textbook starting reporting on a and president in both starting loan fall semester CMI is moved to 100% e-textbook. EMCH provide Chervalipan academic student services Ubijugo Chetang and receivable tablet parent merong Kajarwal textbook way CMI merong afford the traditional textbook. Yigijian Chervalo tuning and I look and clarify Pichap Kanan way finance and Lupa, a Chabunanaga pound check A1 CMI can Ministry of Finance. Unanaga pounds can a cut and Junian account ho, but how can I have transfer long account, Mechagar Katachago Jane, a Chabunaga pound check Ministry of Finance. Ngay pound check one CMI, a Chipchun, a Chip Ruan Ministry of Finance, a Chipruan. Any entity ruin CMI way, we can always decide not to release check or cut check. So you cannot jolga peripen Secretary of Finance Minister on Rajawarin Matair, Pigichin Pound check, everyone Ministry of Finance. Rolawin Charwalawamangilo business of it, you can take that responsibility. Nganiok in Kamidina Maltada and Mejan Island gain. Aga Menulun hour in Ejimarang Kananagan, what happened? Logariola, Meron Chichitanagar speaker Qualok and Yego Meramodolok. Another Qualok, 24, 25 physical year. Another project in Qualok, Chichiloan looking smooth, Charvaloco College and Island gain. In Marangamanajo, an example, a technical chirik. Agangan project exercise training, Gomeka Community Reservoir, transfer POPR into our accounting system electronically. Ejawan Reservoir manually Karelang debit and credit. System manage roll out the automatically. Key and resolve monthly reconciliation again way. Image systemize all of terrible again and make it easier for our team to do the work. Let's rely on CPA, but system and image upgrade. It's part of our internal control. Come on.
Morgan Wagogam Melaloki Jen Pounds check. I need along the Senator Marie and your Barchichu and Kachituko. Malot.
Kumaldada, Mr. Chairman, I'm Jala Purvitini Barkaidolok, Yenin, Aga, Nartelagu now Cherbalin Kajang Cherbale. Elguna Mana Ronjagi Olive and Melalo Mantak. Emmanuel Daga, you put Jenanga, no, the buy it's just then sugar coating. What's really then the big problem here? Each melalilu when a man comolta and Stephen, the land of Paranganir, rain Arkamani order the gain, Lowan Roy Allen Arkaman order than you, Lowan Roy Allen and Ekaman, Taba and Jabar Kamalo, Olive Yogo Manta. So when a man Melaligan could be the Stevenson, I know you and me, Edo and Peridiana, he catches the gipam. Edo Gartal and Peluchi, Maki, Chugulin and Bello warning. When I am man, Edo, Project Nayaga, Lemutogum. Lulu Jaga Cherbali Nagae, Takananagar Public Accounts Committee, Garbar Kurtokum, Ilo, Chamaloguni Yolak, him the Kunabar scrutinize Charbalaga Nami, even and Melilla, how did it get to where we are today? Kachita ka chuen llamaron que tar idok pay scale an rejar barro an CMI. Pues no dar chale mi to arrong matan men ko kampule no ko ar to jen staff and faculties ya dan no kelen che ge gen hire me reche elang rejair mer la lale reche qualified ay ala bonair so ngai ba wan chong kar do chuen melele ge e war secretary with a high school diploma ela buan engine chuen rejar baleo me chungul chimai yen an jar bala gelangan PA e mo matan jar bala ge ke jang je bu bara balim na le ben en pejarang e pekchi gen raini nem ka chi do ben dok en tok pay scale na ngan puji jana kana rejar bara na ujlo CMI ka chi do ko ken karo e ilo ar rei man la gam lale ngada ko mo jana le ge ni update kalagi ngan misa imalata mini ginan rejar parrain pay che jalage laptada misa penalty kana air late fee kana air lugun payar kamadak imrani dukun add on nga kajang che dolor yake buran paid off kia yam e warga rujul rajangan pag refund wire jan last spring yam ngay ayat etake yam kache do ko chuan e warga but funds available and chamaron ka tap into genin pagage me cover CMI ini na tan tupok pero dar do raini ge CMI ya dalang an tu baram yang le yang tupok e me kajan maron ke cibu dok ciri cien ngan are yang kabari yum pe kajan ge chinoe chen malang e mejan ri relo da kan ngai tamake ni du ko nam mani gian ya dal ai wujigin akachitakin finance jai wuji nganan mga jan release chen kan amim ge lu ne jam manan kala ge wi clear murikin dokterin Iya roldongan moyo kajang ikonono kake. E warga kalian anne karoldo chen ke nan CMI ngali karga muine chebagat purchase. Aga kar renovation ot. E warga chigi nar marong war karoldo chen ke chen ar majirin rit permuin ten pamale wan lead president yo. Yimi gan anchela one row ilo trio ragar sein cheko ragar kadala ben wana malak renovation in renovation aga wiya ngawiya. One rogar bello tereu pen president neom charbali pen yum gar kata lago be en marong wan malak chigi jigin me kajo jolep chala ke lukun chun chigi jago chap karam mani lukun perkelebelep yum kacho do goyen one rogar yeneo morora charbali pen president neo tereu yum gar kata lago be en wan malak charbalin yum chigi lo ga no nga chuen regal igel tongan kien yum ilo iyerin ragaru mi ja peldo kien elun paya ibelang an meron menegen meron tabarangan chonganin imi tamake par dan ruan podo ruan kieneo ruan cabinet pelun mola cabinet ja point podo e mai eno di tamake na kalale ole biya ngai chep kamanchuen chep up to date puni kana air an par to revisit lale ta da podo ar jab lolor jaga emal ba pelo ka jadre ko podo ina kael em jan alikar cirigno di ena gem jan dukun lat tabara ke em jerwala em che remala em ka jadre ke ene dukun resolve all bin issue gain podo ina ni lolor jaga apar ka che da pen kenin yola ka che da pen cabinet paran pero lali agency gain we yem ngaror mo jer company pun wire lu na man jegin finance company gi nganan dan rebi tien gin mayen reg comply kan ai gu jegin we menen tenan won mal lag ka jangan cepelo jegin ka jang peri we ngai chuen ra e rumut ene kokore dan ole ben majalin mai ka ci do be mal lag no da pa kamolol podin we ilo cecho daldeng aga elun payan lap tabaragin jilom kajadir ke ene ne balap wa menogorane wala gulo alangkin malangan tugot ke jangan abang ke ino jilo rainin kamol Mr. Chair
kamol Senator Marie Milne kan kajido ko ka ba holben parts ampar pologi kichen ke podine John Podkel agayor one malo jiloi aga jana lelong ni pen management pen wa ka jito ko rilu nemman hoy amyang flow management
Kamul Mr. Speaker Chairman ngai marang mon malo da muwa ke kachita ko an honorable no name ngai ewa chiri lagom bilang Likijapun wagi kacita ko anu merang ber jojum kage mimi kajarwaga ilalin nodagaro igichen kacita ko chino tata igichen momen president elanga yamani pam Mr. Chairman im committee nam anam katalaw to ko kalajon kamane charbalewan eno tanakar president ni pagan igichen muin aga igichen what reaffirming yuk Mr. Chairman aludada armijin majal pe air kalajon anenkin imunyanakar kalajo secure and reaffirm pe chenja and secure chenanga recovery menigin imunar kamane charbalinar kanage chenaga kamane to chon full report pe kanage eno danagar project ne pa elang jet tag meno me chejaga lo wigo kiyam chaganan kulale matale imelang irelok through the president and the chair cheni jodogum charbali pamam committee namle to chon full report igichen moyo me kanono kage igichen kachitago chuan igichen refund igichen spring yo chanchala irela golep ijel lagu nangai emana pe walna ta kachitagi mi kamol sanadari no de kan kachitagin elgun alkar elgun awro malkar elgun awro yim mini nai gi pe chano public and melale ken chigi igichen refund Januan rejewol recep merang refund elang rejewol recep complete application wire koba mama papa ko wire im paraino recep merang releasing recep to award gin air so ngelang rejewol rejerong jagilo training irreja matan rome recin gade lo chojum cipara to go video ko are yang lokal jawana nengkin perjar baro motar yang ren servali pemi ngal lor jagai cabrewot abang ka menago mere kabajarak ande relok pe bage nami iam all palaire obijan financial de charwali pen rejiko ro ka paran ro ilo lai bagawan kala jawana nengkin ngan karire gelok financial application gin pe menyan all prices pollo US amma dengan online base so raja guji tongan kala jo ngerai guji bang boren charwali lo lai bagawan palaire kachito go igijen charwali no ore dum igijen situation me kala jo bari lo jigin iginan reaffirm yo Mr. Chairman alabda armijin majal ke issue rinan kala jo ana lengin yerungu audit ginan elang gayan ilale financial reporting nan kala jo ana lengin chen kan kala jo ana lengin reject ke ot im kala jo ana lengin ejar aburan on malakan ke chebri lo auditin pada be chen ritu bar imiganan reaffirm yo alabda armijin majal ruju rodum jit Motajan nanya ka tu bar kala jawana lagi ni negar step tahun jen posisi ni nau pengayong ayat wajib presiden yo elaf dada podo ikijen dulu jadi alang jen ko an kala jawana lagi ikijen cerbal ko jadi ikijen ya ta ke ceperi lo teri na majar kar kimelo lagi logi malok irung jar kal lo challenge segin image mo emelali ne ke eto aro cerbal lo kala jawana lagi pada kejuaraan muka change position dengan fortune position email yang jatuh rijar baru cakar cipu itu ker email yang tanah karbar report karilo atau tuh report ko lagman iman karbar project ini kualok email yang real line ini rijar baru war hidup begini jubi im cecilo uku tak korelap mereka mani lo terin monthly reconciliation they're more updated faster than before audit field work kaman kia I was really impressed especially with the timing so elba kamololer elba ta leadership and president em both yo elan kala jane kin po prainut both rolo imalak charbal gin rakar jar pag chigir epoyan lang yo malak amar charbal closely pen auditor general's office prainut pen external auditor ro imporanut ngajib kanan common excuse kan late in order to go on kala jane lengkin po CMI as a factor in that as well akai elang chat multiple factors go rar pag chigir leading up to where we are today. Agar meno in ikanan bagajan fogo jaga kaya. Tayo mi menjana kat CMI company then and now. Ya ye beri raini nim taga je peojan company boyen rere law auto tagay ni mengin me. Agar company improvement plan yo and business office. Through obi jawa im parai no company improvement plan yo an karere law auto tagay modajan anjam log tijam ba iloni yoin. Imigijen hiring process wan college wan alengkin echalok hiring process college na lage pe irilok college procedure wan college nigijen hiring fire yung paraino that I'm aware of. Yung paraino delang ichen marong kanargan kantragan porchon reserval im chederit kalai poi menegin ilo elang chet policy confidential and college an elenkin pro employee so ichen marong specifically qualify age jalage imarong page we're not perfect as an institution and we continue to improve aga elang specific kachidak me comedian na maganal melalagage emarong ito kachidak through office of the president im chen provide ijalawanarang kanan kage publicly ilo chigin komol tata Mr. Chairman.
Kaya komol kan uako anagar kajido ko an senator Mari agay ilale junian kajido ko echendo uagan kumi CMI bagay kajido ngai kumi maron le do report e milar chalae ilang rajo roya kay kar kajido ko mekin kayo ni bijenagar house yo property yo ano to gain kar walo mejado to ngai na to report ki chen uagan property chene jai ujin ko lo mejado lo social media meno me pen armijaran melele gare ako ina ilpalle lo kiyang ani pen senator Piliman ano to gay jorotan parchat kachido ko on malo senator Molo chairman pero de lo ko de dale kanani chino ge chaberre lo an vice president ne ba chenchap kanono lo kanta ko tanan pa CMI accountable ngan Nitijela it accountable ngan armit ngai accountable ngan armit ro me ngai kachit lo tairo em kala pada mana no ko bai on chap account kan ta kan me ko jilo be ko pa mai chaper lo kain statement ratan me ten limiti em kalilak irun terpalian Nitijela chap public account Nitijela chap I with wal kain statement ratan em kachong pa kamin chap kala ta kan transparency that's it Chuyum chap parpatok nan ratan e bai Ichap mana rong jagai, ko ichap accountable kan koi, ngai accountable kan arme jero rojil gitu je. Kajita kain kajuan, why advance if there is no policy? If no policy, why advance with cash? Was it budgeted? Is it a potential finding? Kajita kain karo. Contractual and president only stipulate housing allowance up to 9,000 per year. Where is it in the contract of the president that we can maintain, we can renovate? And is there any resolution in the board that says, yes, you can give 95,096? How much money that was? Yang yang muringan vendor, local vendors. Ganun jalan. Iba na mo da chapman na yung kain statement rato me kumai kachong leto instruction ngan Nitijela. I don't like that. I'm a senator. I'm accountable to the people, not to CMI. More. Kumola Senator Piliman kan kajito kon chene balyalan management bueno itu ako malo management
Kumul, Mr. Speaker, and Kumul, Senator Billyman. To answer your question regarding the advance for the home or for the subsidy of the president, the reason we're having this ongoing investigation is because many people are missing in this report. The key person missing in terms of information about the history of how that came about is the dearly departed Dr. Irene. And so she was the president at the time, but now she's not able to give any testimony. And so piecing these pieces back together is the reason why there's an investigation, why we're using an outside attorney, because these are agreements that were made before several of us were here around the table. And so we'd like to answer that question. And again, to the Nitijela, and boy, I'm going on and it. Go ahead. My apologies again.
Como chairman, then kachito ko can edage jam come pay advance ilana chalok policy. Alaguwaga iba kia ilan pelo investigation na ilang ro me ranagar perilo atalege inim imjay ligan morin et kagdayo emarchar balilo CMI Irene emjan chawum engin wuninan pagishirigian nganar kachangun ko bay ko leben dan malalagin me cheni yagujingan archalagan dukun kantrago dukun oleben rileben dan bizin kanonogagan.
And again, Senator, to answer your question more thoroughly in terms of how it came about and why it came about, that's certainly the center of our investigation with our attorney, and our attorney reports back directly to the board.
Kachidukam Senator, can you chain Heather Imcham Garadan, Kamane, Agachala policy, or look review Chonin and investigation in real up in Chile. You can chain him call Heather Imcham, get Chala policy.
Chairman chairman on CMI on Malabar.
Kumol chairman. Ilo tu karun ngai kanan pangan PAC committee nagai. Matanjir ke mucar balinim. Japan lukun kalok ceberialo tam lukun ceberilo kia. Pada imanoin pagai po tamijan matanjir ke eri relak carbalin kia wadum jenis lukun lulur jaga ni tu report dengan kami. Itanak ke apa to? Matanjir ke physically jenuh conclude carbalin aur ikicie na usingawan project neom emjar locet wan malakum menokome cewu report im ilo tu karune matanjir kumini lo report im jenis menpoin kia wat ngai cemarong. Pelengnya lawyer parol to ilo at malaleno emjan ki off file na yo ini merong uap kumol
Chairman, if you still have okay, you can information of Malayan committee in Nitijela long depend Auditor General and President. If you have other additional, we'll give it to you, but I'll give it to the Auditor General now.
Como Chairman, itin pangan committee na yam eudis gay issue na gijen renovation me etohan an committee na ardo anta kaga agar pagchigani lo rodojun royo jagulo adun na man bijen committee na yam adu doit perilo draft emet bajan rotok enet war konono kan issue na yan kani kar renovation na me college na kamanengan na jagar mo president college. Yokin karoi gran highlighting and committee na kay ilo bottom line na pijana yan college yan kataan rotation road yun yagan ay ligdadar audit total net position na yan college yun yung total net position is an integration ngay walang lock is more lock financially ngay walang lock enanalakan more financially yung kataan ilo kar chamalagun rotation road yun total net position na yan college agar chong 11.2 million. Emilo iya na eligdada elakar chamlog iya na total net position na ni chong 2.2 million. So again net position is an integration elang ngay echmorulok iloan labalok net position the other way around. Ngayon na share ipin information nga na ipin kami na yam doan college pagan audit go reimal lago igar kami nuke lago pen auditor room chetaga response ikichen way forward college is mentioned 22, 23, 24 ni real by tijamba. Kalau le real ando ki paije changre college an ka auditor change kono dengan 2024. Karena jangan kono normal dengan 2023. Come on, Chairman.
Kumol auditor. Yang ebarge urgensinya pengen caloka ni baju le tu cicual kacit on malawa.
Chairman, looking to the paper kaidolak I cannot clarify ki point ami bamba ichim merong kananagan report chechirian report kachito ko an honorable Senator Milne education contract an jon reserve lo college ije lagun jon contract ejiman Mr. Honorable Piliman Baga temerong kananagan all of kaini lo comedian aga ichip kananagan individual contract kilo college an alankin per merong repermanium kamaja charbal pe mutan kaita lain ko lokal jo rolo kuna or ken chencep kam kanaragan kantra kan individual reserval I lokal jo anan ken kumol
Man kumol
Man.
Malo
Kumol chair. Mana rong jaga ko ko to jen Stevenson. Ilo rong jaga no tere ba kan to komplen. Itero de local man laga jano ga jele to ali par. Man we lugun specific yan le to. Alak specific to ga chamla le. Arbijala rong jaga ga lugun channel man to. Punya le ala kail melale de ga. En ali karboy. Chalagan chicken scrutinize party more than public account, especially to the government, not just CMI, every entities of the government. But I have all due respect and President Island. All of the me by the President and would indicate something happened that I have respect, plus her soul Charbalwan and CMI. In the presidential contract for CMI, there is no provisions for maintenance, for advance, only housing allowance up to 9,000 per year. And what do I need a legal interpretation of the policies to endorse something or not to endorse? I once endorser of government purchase request contracts before. And not only one signature, two signature, but there are 4 signatures at every checks. What I noticed is the checks are only one signature. My question is, who reviews and who certifies? Because some Chatian signature it president and vice president or acting president. Some is vice president. So there is no consistency. Who's the overall signatory and Kachitakan CMI involving money purchase? The check was signed 95. And position before, I make sure I understand the policies before I endorse something. And you would call there's no policy. And $95,000 is a lot of money, almost $100,000. The threshold and purchase government is 25,000 of Maronka policy or 25,000. 95 is a lot. And I respect what the Auditor General said, but make sure when you sign money, maybe 95,000 would have gone through visa payment. We don't want these things to happen. And Melwigar Kanan Puto Kainum. I told about Cherboy, I Kajin Palebe, Chitian Melalega, Palake, and Odanchi Bigger Pie, Meromala, Satan Amentian. I come on, Katakomai. What we want is a very successful, prosperous CMI for the students. I'm a graduate of CMI. I was the first president of this BA to attend. I was part of the group that we made part of the board. And I feel empathy for CMI, especially the students, because I know the potential that can provide educationally to our citizens. And muna pa miligin ngay. And medyo karu am yang charbal. Matano chona kachita yar pa lelo no Nitijela. Ikan leman tak ngan Nitijela ngan minister ngan education. Etala karuaga kamolol we CMI eberjin nejba ilo aga lelagan Nitijela ejba eur chon ke jarbal emeni kantara gartal gani imar sainchen supervisor kaprajaden ala tangani izar eu dengan chonia emar bejin agar jab extend 2 to 10 days period plan grievance Malala Vartalani Pen, Jen, Assistant Director on CMI, Assistant Director on HR, Ejaba CMI President Arjab Apurupi Kantaragon. I can tell more than Malala Kanarajatoka. Credit Charbalkin Metijului, Tijaronkaki. Aragamata and Kamayangome. Ngai bajar bi jere rejelater e bol melala wo me chabarong kar palan chinel bulang achi chep kanan pa ba e telgun matakla kota chetian melgen me chabarong e ren kachitaga in menin wo kuma maron chebuaga kuma maron pulen le to lo chejenga kuma kanan ba army de charbal entie kia and specific Tolgapur, Maronga, Junian, Tolgapur, chair. Jojum, Kajabarok, Komanga, all a public servant like us. We serve the public. Come on.
Kumol, Senator Bruce, another Karchala, Kumaneba Jedu Wagalo, Peva, Agalo, report to Kajiduan, Arbor Kajidung, Kumambar. Naron le dolor report. Agar mailale awai jangan le jangan awai ke jangan ya kan camlogi naron le to durot kacid kujina kacid jair to jen pen kali ramata kajid ini kau ningan probably later. Agar durot kacid akin kajuan cakar rongkan ijen Jennifer Kramer, Senator Kramer, Vision Accounting. Kajitaga, and other Chalagi, Lutheran, Ilgun, Ebol, and it Palang to Chen, Kitchen Compact, Ebol projects, Renate Common, other skilled workers, Ilo Arema Ilgun, limited, and Angan Olivan, Rijabarar, a car Budogen outsider. Kajitaga, Queen Kajuan, or Kalamalojan, it been CMI and, going to vocational school nampajuan yo nambaro charkan bill grant imje ronget CMI chairman italenangan 60-70% chen bill grant ijiba concern for parents kanage another ang chala administration and Trump kade lang kihan merangai mi kajiwa Yorga pajen nana majakan koma yang kan ke ngelakon kade pil kran ni ijaji ne jelmenan narun survive CMI and charung 70% built 30% government and others so kajido kain yorga pajen nan jela akar USAID jair kat yo mejilun rai guji ila melele kia bel nei yo kajido kogin ro komol
Mr. President, I have only two questions. And the first question is about accountability. And is there any program toward vocational trade? Since the skilled workers is really lacking in our community, so is there any possibility for vocational and technical trades? Number two, regarding the Bill Grant, as we all know, the new president of the United States is getting a lot of programs. And is there any information, or do you have any clues, or if you can tell us regarding Bill Grant, and since the new administration is cutting left and right, and what's your plan on that if it's happened? Come on.
Kumul, Mr. Speaker, for your question too, and I didn't mean to giggle, but it's really unpredictable every day. Every day it's a new game plan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I can catch the cane. John, catch the go elevator. And one badap. That melale, John, administrator me, Chichap Chalata, man.
I can report this morning at 12:25 p.m. that so far, for this next year, Pell has been saved, and we will be able to tap Pell just as we have previously. One new piece of Pell is called short-term Pell, where we can provide programs that are less than a year for certificates and workforce development and receive federal monies.
Mr. Chairman, Chungu Jonawa Bung, or the Melalego and Bell Grant, and it joined Kajarigu and Manway, Tijalagi Barrodo. Agilo, Perchet, Tumbarway, whenever Chun Burchun program guide short term, and it's toward a certificate, and why when go me, it's a degree.
The original proposal for Congress was that in order to receive full Pell, you had to take a full load, 15 units. But at the last minute, that was dropped.
Credit hours, when Maroon book full Bill Grant, Akia, Ella Waldo, why one day here, Malang and Imyam Trap in regular credit hours.
And right now, the Education Department is creating the regs around short-term Pell, which should be available for us in the fall of 26.
Key Education Department on CMI, Charabali John Wawen Bay in Pyongyang and fall to 2026.
In regards to our workforce development programs,
sorry, say it again, please.
In regards to our workforce development programs,
You can workforce and a program like.
we are right in the middle of building new workforce development classrooms and labs in Iraq.
You can then skilled workers why when you make a chitugam kemit yam chino charbale klay room go lo Iraq and marongan agamdedi ayguzin.
The goal is to provide workforce development certificates on a regular basis, and that would include carpentry, welding, electrician, and automotive.
Katabaroin ba kimin kamane then programming educational certificate ngan ayguzin kitchen carpenter, mechanic, welders em charbale go me kitchen bay.
And also through our interest in maritime support, we have our new certificates we've developed this year, and the curriculum committee is looking forward to developing more maritime certificates in cooperation with GIC and our other partners.
Ayichin maritime klajo mari poge ngari chargar CMI kamane when marogon alabalok when go chike ko yamalak certificate qualification go em yer kapuliri.
Come on.
More.
Okay, thank you. for the answers. Why Chiloy Chongoro Chimatan Gia, Jan Legend Jabin Kakayur, Ilangrunam Jerulo Kamidin, Ilo Edan Public Accounts Kamidin, Olive Rain May, Jan Auditor General Finance, Nitijela, Olive Elabata Parents Row, Chinanim Chimenayer Row May, Rachulu CMI. Kanan lewat Kamolo, Kanamiagar, Erong invitation Akurio, and Yudogaman Kamidin, Kamalib lewat Rajang Kakajur, Kajaraman Komang, Ilo Charbanamiang, and Rachala CMI Gunaur, when they Luzi accreditation in An, Yaway, Ajuran Nigerian, Chiwiliang, and Carriolok, one credit. Yang kada kuair lo robot tangan Amerika. Ini menino tahu Eropa College of Arangin, College of the Marshall Island, bukan kada kerjang cuma kada. Ini kami angkat perut lun CMI. Ini kami cukup kurang lo Public Accounts Committee. Jadi kami per report ko ngan kerjaan kar iring ngarang lo cipung rainin. Apar journalin lewat kejaraman dengan management, lewat kejaraman chairman and port, vice chairman, mahu leparan ini one port ni port approval dan CMI. Imrujar leparan kami yang, poi, dar cale, cuan engine, bul pat kui, cat pat ralap, cat pat cirik, aga cuan pat cirik kerja carbal, aga engineer nane, pungla kom corren, apa carbal. Awak kena lagi. Perjuangan kejaraman yang kena pakai kira relap nacuan awak ini RMI Environmental Protection Agency yang cencilu awang lalim awak ini Marshall Island Judiciary. Perjuangan kamu lo lalip kena cerbal gini ada yang ipendron. Anijen kejaraman kejang. Kumul tada. Ijam lo kiring. Nani negar kau de juar, jadi kini cipung tongan kia. Jangan kau de ji rain me, rarto jadi pie, lain baju kolok, kita air kar dia, tidal wire, ilah ni on malah kau lo, earring ada. Aku, jangan kau de ji all member rain and Public Accounts Committee, yang berbercin, eber member Senator Murray Milne, eber member Senator Jack Herring, kap member kap Senator David Kramer, member kap Senator Bruce Billiman, pelak kau dengan para Auditor General kap range yang Nitijela. Nan kau di all bureau kap bureau roar, chairman yo, vice chairman yo, House of Bureau, president kap Cabinet, Speaker, Vice Speaker, Member Nitijela, yang mahu lepar liru lo pelagan majalin. Dan kau tiji alip, kau mereka ronjaki earring lo, helgin relevant rainin. Kerana kini cipung, cakar earring pen College of the Marshall Island, jangan kamu lulir kenaikar itu gimana kami din. Kia eber EPA jenis wan malawat jenis cino ila lelang ni pen Auditor General pen na leru cuan oversight di kecien EPA imna ergin jenis lelang ni pen EPA pen wan malawat na team leader jenis EPA director ni pen wan malawat kalau kerja orang awalip introduce awalpen rane me team ne am me ratu gupam awai ni pujara jini beliau jangan kue Mr. Auditor General hamodu yenin.
Well, Mr. Chairman, ko balgalo nanin audit nanin kleho kau dijo nana kau diji menijai ni berayan ubizu dolor jaga cerbalin penaben adu nai beriben kami ini man kia aja audit dengan EPA dengan physical year 2000 rol joneo ema brainot sammede dilo radi tongoro samain wor reportan obisio ngan Nitijela ilogar janoreo chirgot overview in audit nai financial statement reporting nai ilo opinion and auditor ranai it's an unqualified audit opinion ikichen report and internal control of compliance your joint issue rubun borro raisi ilo kamen management lada report and auditor your sijino pareno issue or raisi nganan management at raisi is overview ne chairman Kumol.
Kumol Mr. Auditor kan overview ikichen summary ba auditor EPA walau train jadi lalang ni pen EPM aja jujum walok edam taidan ayam ngani pen committee ikichen ngana record kan Nitijela aminin EPA
Kumol makalay kanan kumol lani chicken tun tanaman kile yung kumol chairman ng all member in public accounts committee rain matamijin man kauday kumoyalap kauday kino yolap madam president tagadaine cabinet dewan minister amejang minister lagajon acting chairperson an EPA regional speaker was a molep member in Nitijela molep tadangan pelin bar kajanolak chuana nanin klem kauday le rojewan ailangkain le roja ailangin le rojetta eji olebrin matan range Nitijela le wajar nanin yawangan olep imrore kubado gulo online Edain Moriana Pelabe Mijude ilo per charbali lo IPNO chuan menija charbalangan kien eberipa rainin to an good marong tabi the general manager Beverly Johnson chat mataba rejarbal internal auditor chuan position me yaga lo an EPA Ellen physical obija kigo imchone anchi bro me per yon mejeroin terrain arbar ko badak Melvin chairman komol kan kurin bojenten konono kage auditin me FY21 end of September 30 21 iloan auditin chairman chenagin me jetten konono kage Rubui lemojon taujen ardojen miora chibugui radem yongol chimijon taujen ardojen loan general fund one kien ego ba chechu project ko mero relang tongan EPA akarangan kono ko loan convention again me chej paring ani ilo convention again UN Chairman echala kachito ke ejalukar ke EPA matan obijigo me polen elangkar rumujigo rar kamman poen rumujado to gaina nem poleni emon boeber AGA mingan pokchirigi ngana ledok chat unugo ejaga poiten worchonien polen elaban alukar edan EPA lo rumuj Albania go mantak clean and qualified audit rally the gia straight ije logon audit inum pilokar tore war do engagement la tayo poinchino audit go an EY elat melalaga jono transition ikaman ten tiloy tangan EY Albania go in mantak ponelak lale kopan accounting department one EPA ke chirongan majau imiya ke man chego le chego yo kujong chibanger capacity building pakata barawin bojen retain chirongum legao in majalo loan obi jiginan kien chego yo kujong charbali pemangam traini lergrenum leman tak pokain baran pojak moda janan chino adat elak Chino audit one 21 ke elugun alik karage elugun lang kay ni sugo kami jang yuni lo ameng presently trial balance ko ngan EY im kamla le ko ro yung walang ta EY chem merong lali file on the law the way chala agreement baran merong lali kyo che chinon e boya na garabang cheto gartre jagar quality kamla le informally ngan obj im parainot OBJ1 Minister Paul ilo finance kay ilang abang ko may chichigar ioni kana kaya ugatak an chigajigin ani wa kamani charbalagay nandiyan tuloy tilo chigajigin submission ako aga imonanan pa kay FY22 audit were able to catch up on board on EPAR kay room recruit John position in military pagay ngan internal audit person when pwede all booking going forward in FY22 based on our conversations kaya chipong pen EY audit rayo ejalaman kay merong lawano talungin pwede audit in FY22 im eligino tan pwede kanang pagay nagay EPM yan kwalakan kachidakain kachuchinoy FY23 audit im subsequent audit again me raiguit pagtigir im ngai podo jona polen kachidak ngan tibang im guidance genobijewan auditor general bange emarong redela FY22 im yudok armeje me auditor EPA FY23 and designated odangan EPA by average jirig minimum based on our conversation, we need to know that I am wrong with FY23 in subsequent. Come on, Chairman.
Kumol, General Manager, the number, Little John, and snapshot introduce Rana, Eugene, Edway, room out than an EPM member in committee and regularly. When we Rory. Etana nekin karo kar kini cipung kar CMI mereka take corrective action go em lemah go kanair up teri auda kanair em bar kali kar ke edan komej bar pogejer action go enot chuna miang accountant bene company internal auda miang ngan 2022 2023 up 2024 kumenya na bar company bujaman mana rong jagai bilgun aur ben retail account gain awai nek pejara kio ne bal lelang ni pen rame one committee ngawar kajitu baran liman da kajitu choir kargini cipung jagar chino jan karai chiner awai ne baju kurat an baju pen ligawe chamer imikono no ichena Senator Bruce Pillman jan mololap jonan committee member and public accounts. I'm in Senator.
Mol chair. Pero the local de jawam chair. No dam gar kwalangan island kain ke kau de kain member rain. Ranit perverodion kau de jawam. Ilar kau de jien. Jogi koko papa ki to Euroch lapalapeo kap lejalayo. The Rojo Hamjangton to recognize Lingoka, Roja Mano, Mero, Consuloka, Alabroca, Jojoka, Parmesan Malop, Nan Pagininum, Caudager, Paranot, Rojo, I railing in, Alabroca, Jojo, leadership and Metro. Pomol chair can Ledok and Kajroy can Nichino congratulate the EPA, Pemjan. To unqualified opinion, it when we make qualify poker there in water, and when I cargitong and Ruben Ponre, and air company Cherbalkair. Karui Ganan Kachara Manugum Lagan Melalewam from one, Chutalikan Melalewam Lam, Potukjonam internal at the Darganan, Kaburu Lago Cherbalani, Kitchen Pelvan. Minutan chair pa chato ko melalerar wala gi chain CMI kain America initiative berdoa gain me ti kajadiri kerja barang karpage. Mo senator chairman through honorable Kramer abagan kan kaman kojak. Itama kamarong kar parchat kanai why win. Memo dalo kojen siamaya jaman kanano odo chuanam rua kachita kichen statement of net position and EPA at September 30, 2021. Ikichen nasa tagay. Nasa tagay ngay lale receivable 114 today 171. Chibui chimjongol chuan chino pui rally dongol rally tak receivable. Emela kutok allowance eme ngan doubtful account akarangan statement ni kuala ke MJR o mela chibui ngol lalim 1000 chimjongol rally tak tala emela wala kia net receivable ne rongol chino 1000 chino pui chongol ngai leling tak receivable ga revenue ngai balale payable ga payable ga total liability ale chibui chijunungul chilu chedagane chain me ramarong kar net out iron you chain accounts receivable iganan kachitak ta methodology ne ta policy ne you chain write off when accounts receivable ta timeline ne why when gain me pachadagane chain pulen lebato tip chala titelak iganan kachitak iman you chain receivable galilo page ratum chon ngan obitna amya kachitaga kain karo ginan chalai pulen hilikitap ngai jabronga gichen misa komai jabar buk subsidy elangka amyang kulen kache not akomai ke kujong kalai go salary ke jago misa wage ai jago misa kan channel fund contribution ki barke ni balle che kana jala ko mai de yon kain problem rati meli dada chilo kachid chairman da kamolo lo kana ichino pay pot matanu chilo ko sen na ne chumai den molola bar kumol kachid ga dada ichichen Alpatrick. Ini tu ni role tu bayi kalau di jaya kerana kemenangan ini Procurement chairman Procurement ko bawa jalo kau deh jawam kau deh juroj le roj kap muemani roj kerja jalo tata rain me recibang committee nan public account lo charbal ke keliuk chairman nam kumol kanam le tu man kerja lo terrain.
Como la Senator Piliman kan kacito ko sene dile lang pen EPA pero leto wa ko ngan kacito ko rodem roman rado jene pen Senator Piliman EPA amini
como Senator iluan MLCA ilang karchirik melalame mojar tabirigi kacito gina magichen account receivable nampana me wala me chibui yongol la me jasmine kana me rarai wi kamwan tarren rubui rongol tawjin polen ne chamlagun ngan wa karuyo emoyan riwa statement of accounts for collection ngan kachengun lale amount gaina ka ilowan pon gainan auditor ne kalikargai rongol chilu tawjin ilowan nampai ne gai walok bode one EPA pojagan write off as a bad debt. So ngakulale pay rolo MLC report na auditor na emyan kalukar tibirigan wagan kachitagina. Okay. Kain karwo tit kalai misa enot required by law enot analikarilo puka kay chalakar payment may missed ngan misa olive kalai ko aga expenditure ko meron jatalangan palen kalai ko anarmi jeraj lorem compliant pen kaginawan finance.
Kumol GM kana uako izoroto yenjene okay hot jene lelang ni pen Senator Tibet Kramer pen wan mata kan kajitu ko anak jabrot parmen gojat.
Kumol Chairman Kamol Irujlo elegan relevant rainin chuan ranem man ma kamul rain merar mangon ko ba wajilo alib nanet kliwo makar kamani kliwo alib EPA chuan agency one of the smallest agencies on government everyone gun aur charbal ge nan EPA kanan kamul le many jana am staff gan alib charbal gan ramman Rong jangan manager ba alib year man 8 years in a row gan qualified Kejut melalem cep government wat region karabangin naga private sector you can change transition yo art pajarakan cerbal tuloy nem ge transition kan EY Ernest & Young mol be jelo edi lo pun bunin not finding beram qualified but chon bar auditor qualified man books are in order the chalok lukuna chaperot kachiduk no teman like social security nem jana likare elionot andri lokar terbalin ki jojan kaman terbalan 22 and alikar lo chamalogan alin 23 and pelan chono alin congratulations and keep up the good work more
Mola Senator Kramer gan comment ko am ki EPA lottery ni nilalaw ni pen Senator Edding penon malotan kachitukuan.
Como Chairman Mamadaro, Kalem Kaudiyu, member in committee nam, Rain, Reservoir Range and EPA, Auditor General Aruj, Ranger and Finance, the Reservoir Rain and Nitijela. Ever Pelanjichua Kajidik Nadane Yaya title Padanani account an internal auditor Aviro Chuanadi Ilo Ripoli a call Eager Wilson, a Chuan accountant, a Marmijina Rare Elegant Moda Janagar, other Ripodian, other than Kamari Kajido Junutadan.
Kumol Senator. Agar ja alukar kay jalan tuan chief finance person ng EPA leave lo terrain yung curung yung may kigo ito gulo tan gen division yan finance. Tayo dalayan curung yung may jaga bayar ilo terreo may kabiwaje FY21 listed lo staff listing na EPA no chuan internal compliance audit internal compliance officer ngan kaboji po kay nung jibang oversight lawan EPA mo ko tayo nan chino ko tayan kien.
More General Manager, Kinuago. Ay kacito galang agar moda jan penubeni ke elegin penubeni kan ke yorjet megar dang rajab kanu jineleng jet discrepancy go me ano ramarong chamon gar kabira ke agila nak chievo lali poko ani pie marangar already management marangar pajaragan chap le ano chun ano chet discrepancy lo report ne nganu anjang ngani chu yeno dam kajid receivable na rongol chilu taw nyin chu gu ram jon jan rira barro kain program rodne kumai long money ngan rira barro ke kare kejene chap ke ala karbar walong ajunian is one kin is in yar lelelo muringan rira barro muninan garwar receivable available hojen jamne ia kajidwa rongol jilu tawyon ne made receivable gen employees but commonly mukje wanan come about wanan were receivable gen employees
Malada GM kemana lagi kacito yo.
Mal Senator dengan perlukun kalekar agar itu ancar perlu EPA mau taja nagaran cino FY21 ada deh. Itu elang iyo cemerong palale itu ngada cino tata kaya elang karan pojijen arwal lungatak over the years. Ilangan EPA jalak programan lend money or jalak programan cibang lak rejar balagan jen cabarewat. Rongol cilu tahu jenis kunela lukun lale detail le lawan ada tanai kai tiye jeman merah rajuk kiluk nampayo meje jalan mana kentan right off ay boy jauh ale benar mejerai nganar kolagi menakaya tiye kai merah cemerong agar kili ime orchuan Excel breakdown in etan one. These are considered bad debts, meje jalan mana kena write off, yeah, with the permission of the board of directors, of course.
Umolot ngai liling da menengin benge enai gartili gar lali buku chenai lui menengin mangwai kabiragem injap nai lelo repodi namimen kin garu discrepancy education capital assets aligenan revenue role lukun edale fixed asset one EPA reloge chedian asset gain ragar fully depreciated agrajwalo godelo fixed asset registration ne emalange agar tilijek charwale mune agar cholo chen lo bukana ni EPA ema banor walo gano jon discrepancy taxes payable Parjona issue jane withholding tax payable overstated by 6,945 Social Security and Health Fund tax payable chungol jilu 1,000 limabugichim janol overstated Ewana manana miza we your kain ligi jabrodin ngane ragi ilo mall overstatement managa jabai gar perilo poko an EPA kar issue we yarganan raise ben management nan EPA Auditor General Barjon Allen, name around Kajidak John Kajidak Nanovijanan, education board setting fees. All be in Bunabunum, all report, a walling that issuing any setting fees. Echavan EPA, Echavan EPA, all been agency of is go me Ankian. Recommendation in Mr. Auditor General Kaivamba M11 SOEs go Rorage Warrior sitting fee Genovi wire Olivian go recommend a boy management and obtain and interpretations from the Ministry of Finance, Chief of Revenue and Taxation, concerning applicability of withholding tax on setting fees paid to the board members. You wonder Ejayujiga Garadal Kajidagi and Novian Attorney General. Pigeon Lalan interpreted Lone, Igigen Ngayor, Igigen sitting fees, and 3D and Juan and salary. Where Nunrainin, Ichalok Juan organization and Gian organization who miracle sitting fee and board member Royer. Renangan gar kalaya wat igisin sitting figo. Ewi wawin boy enward chamalogan menin. Kwenjabor walolo punbunugo. Alawalo punbunugane. Ichalok Juanis take action. Podo and organization gane rajab kanan kallah wajam rajab log into ko recommend organization gen seek interpretation and chief of custom and they're not doing it. We were in a way in alikar ke sitting figure and in Alika Ralange, Praja Vijin Kalaya Wajani, Ingak the Yuna by Lingeril, other report on a low issue Javin. By Lavayamak Tubunbun, our idea or Kalmalojano, Ijanamba, Chuan organization. In Magi Kachidolok Nadipen, Chief of Custom and Revenue, when I interpret the issue in Pangaiwang and okay, Ichalok and income money. More Chairman.
Gumo Senator Eddington Kajidoko, Jalonipen, AG when Kamaliki Chen. Issue ni MMG all be in Hejidok summary again. While I match up EP with a whole bar, Chalo married poet, then sitting busy. I'm in a what general long pen, depend AG. One more
Well, Chairman and Honorable Senator, I think I'm Kachidako Man, Chalakajidak. Issue in our holding the law, many of our holding the even end the Ganajat. Joining Wawin, may Senator Redding it by Jamarong, plan once and for all, get joint blanket opinions and Attorney General. Auditor right, Maki Rachablu sure. Can meaning in Income Tax Act. What constitute may constitute wages and therefore may be taxable. Aga ilawa winar charabal in practice is lamarayan tax enforcement iri kalangan kita taxable. Tax nga ba ngayon income tax kumiyan revenue and taxation in law finance. All were auditors rare ba management ko rin reach out ngan chiva and custom tax chalabur revenue taxation ngay menagain rate constitute waste and therefore should be taxed. Aga menagay propose yon ever pulin way forward ngan ketjon blanket opinion janit pen Attorney General may recommend kian ko ar Nitijela. Aga the ways rodanage auditor romage racha per sure alang sitting figure may constitute waste alaptada alang egi and at the end of the year you add up all the wage sitting fees and then your low tax law area about lang chade amount rate taxable may rachap sure aga recommendation ay rebujin ngan seek interpretation gen provision for the tax laws ko aga minako propose senator adding a month maron kitjon blanket interpretation gen obijo kabila kien kitchen kagin ginar
Mol eji never alone pen senator okay right to train genetically karawichin public accounts committee senator Murni un malau kajito ko am
como tada chair and pejabar ko diyen per lo aun kelem ko de jan rola modam kelem como yo ale tada panel inar ko batok lo relevant rainin I want to kun lang kajito ko au be halba chara mana be pujin finance savvy mendo committee ni jer puto kajito ko aga chonot kajito igar kan anton podo ko gicien erong nana kan waka may mero jutok ngan ailengin alven majalin pues tejelo ko chata kan wa chiban chunen wal me ro dio inaga emenyan chino adan morom lak chuno kain wa morom Beverly eme jige kachida ga ini pi amaron ke poj etale wa ke in we ngendre nan every 2 years so you tamit not kajang idukun kola ko ko bijang ailengin it'll get to a point me ya yo wa rin taliala kajangan pelen lale Andre the Niculinarian dispose me ban kokure lodge the Nayar Prejinar aga mino yunan lale one lay a berry pen EPA and marong edale wagin yem ngiti we kubujaraga rodobe ilukun by magajer dokum choren and we kajang cherbale by kachitong kumyang with lale malak aga yunan kachamalok and nabare GMNA jen chino na pok OBG na EPA manta kelun emano to kana yan may sejala ke enagalukun chuan koila ko meni dukun magaj koila ke na EPA chakana na pala nanin charama nangan koy morianam ti manayam talbat lukun mananalo ko pijin chore dikun majal erren rej kamani charbal ke me tejilo lumulawan malagi charama nangan ko majal
Kumol senator kan kacito ko am chene jalan EP.
Kumol chairman mukata jana net polen kono iloan kacito ko jan honorable senator Milne ngai ganan recognize matan lale kwala railo comment on senator adding chairman nan appro kan internal control weaknesses again me emujer kalukarilo an MLC pode on EPA lali charbalagain take them seriously ngai dilam na kay ramarong ne bar walang tagilo auditor na yan FY 22 ilo pa nanin kan kay kamijang ilo video kamijang magay kile chadagar mo jano ko me kamijang ar ay gujin address ilo an palen limited capacity ngan lali charbalagay nim lali recommendation again an auditor ray ngan kaidi corrective actions and response. Chen Obijani PA. Kami lolo rajaga by going forward in on-time reconciliation work monthly. As again, Rajay Gujin registry again, Rajay Gujin reviewed iloan policy ko ameng olivia kami yang agar kanono internally ko palen chen balale olive chichino allang ngan lolo rajaga baranja parwalang tak kamolo le kanan kalikar issue kain par kalikar ngan panel in committee na kay elo ba ameng lolo rajaga boy and ranjab repeated and parwalang tak ilo iya kanay rajadak. With the recruitment of an auditor in the office, they anticipated that all the ganay manawat ramarong net pulin urak jen order the enemy more like unqualified and clean akailang internal controls and issues with the processes. Jejatan acknowledge meaning, but that's a fact. Melamuit dengan lale comment on Madam ilo on regulation on EPA jonguro chalak provision me specific ngan jagajagan wayan ilo yan may imported condition in wayan yan imported yene me provision ngan EPA right polen trigger the ilo end of life in Chamalangan wayan jarabala merom chon kubit ilang jarabala me EPA lolo jaki through a legislation and it jangan Nitijela product stewardship program nganan ten lalegar madalan gar recycling na yang ren me beverage container kana kuatam nien padon ren kana ngan lale madalan ngan the similar to introduce a similar scheme ngan all even vehicle battery all even minagin meje import di boy minin ay guj agrala gerum kobe jega ala bat burden agage boy ilo center and all even problem gay narage lack of proper landfill echala kachida ke nge kinoni lolo jaga kamane juan chigun covid me sanitary in it polen reform all even sector in meje kono ga kan covid we uninar jab marongan ugo da chiginar charabala ga yo barak chigun covid jagan echalak chigun covid arami raban pugi wagongan chigun covid barala pugi langan mog if I chalak chigir. So at the center of this is the lack of proper landfill. Katabargo gain chijloy gay mojan kineo chino addressim kamachen chelloan cabinet angan lulur jaga landfill gain. Until then all of effort the warilo waste sector rene entry gain lukun rumojim chap chichet impala mayor kanagay chalak chicken covid chenela then introduce program on recycling program on segregation chap kana jene wartago jene boy ranela tabella chicken covid jen rabail lo chonot pailam chen minagain and not arkal lo jen chon millions of dollars came out of the serial recycling program covid again rajarom chen ilo ar recycling send off Angai wa ewe chonian waste streams go gain me yum nar pigot kulenaga egu work chicken landfill tegu charwali pen polen customs obi go chatame airero lale polen specs and wa quality and wa moda jene import to boy ranjap engin me ko jaba chiru dar pello environment of the green army one highly corrosive arajo ranum echala chigunar takobiji ngai kamol
GM gan wako ngai bar amodi yani na senator
man ko mo tata chair I guess plan kachido gain ngai le ojer ro na ngan ko MT mana ampo ko mi ngan jojum katare bachen kaman kagian ko mengan supporte ay gujin in malap tata no tat pa chino lamlag em lale yaga na rilulur yaga rin lalawagin nganer mo da janer real ngoto mol
mol wal gargi ine pale dok tichu kajidoku kajidaga kin kajuan ejigen wangane merit pello lawan malawin hareng lawan luguni ejigen walan oil spill aga ilai ruchulok kubi ngai lo malawin hareng jimi cheman ko yong lang oil spill manan chalai ebarga or kaino to gain recently and that chalai ngai chichiwa wagane your revenue tongallo EPI pen kini nareng kajido kin kajuni kajido kin karu yukichen wagane war meret timangane war meretangan outer island karcheman yukijong karu worchet eno da chigunchi lo kubijigo ilo wagan pe kubijing alu plastik menangane me rejikokure lo malo aga malogar renjep chulo garan renchulo lo chicken ko bichigen me rujon perion timagen war ay memji jongor percheman rojege kamano ro awin again bulan jenengar kajdo pen shipping aga jibai pallewa boy matan jarwana ni pm make sure ge environment again arre emman jap choran gm gar pajir ge jen tamen ay tolobar edan concern gonna ge jalaga kun over feel ada berapa cuan yang tam jenis arar kemana ya tolong pol kia, orang cerwawin go komang cerbali pen mok, ngan pikir wawin cet solution go, ngan tackle problem ni kijen kubich garbage lo measuring, ilo waterin, ini mana tak apa, ini agar jenis berkaji pen mok agak ke komang perjani Chilo kajido dengan ipemian. Aku kajido ko ajiruin. Mol.
Chairman, you know what kokobawa gichen bar landfill?
Mana malah ta
kambolo le dan melale o mo akom kajido ko ramban my gichen landfill. I chulo lo river kai and I come by that dump every day. It's a big eyesore, smelly and tagano. Empulan nene jelang solution chonian in the future. Lo turun public works dividor ar worchon gar sainijan marba ma ardan kamanchon landfill garjan lo Nitijela minister on works ar kono ma chono landfill an gar kaman ligen route kona men en rigum chigin bit kananot pot melale yain tibedi as there been what's happening at both sides lange dan EPA permit and in issue and in lang dan design and in approve but kachido
kumol asan kramer ko ipi on malo
Komol kaudit kachido ko ini chinogan oil spill baseline one EPA jen ge tru yarchino charbal 2016 karongol chino oil spill incidents recorded iyogo elegant tongan iyogain emyan lukun wodalak nambain ngan ngay by 2024 only 4 or 5 oil spills jadian oil spill again just jatan suspect or speculate about charge logan measure ke ripolen riutoyan drainage system yaram jejay kujen palukun lalenge ilang chicken me rajiludok mogo me rekajar wali product kain rajiludok mala wot rari wot to drainage oil ga me chen waga ngachi jioni aya telang fine go me elaber elap chich kwalak ke ilang checho ke go me majar karam kili fine yar me rain me rajiludok oil olive jay gujin pokona air ikichen chigin boy elang component nga ko lale an relang to wa elang ports authority elang clearing party elang shipping agents olivin charagin elang air ro ngane lolor jaga boy wagin relang to ramlale kan kagin ginar kay chechap katalak any kind of discharge iloan luguni na rem chech perro barcharbali pen Ports Authority, pen shipping. Timi wan TNC meraj lead the port state control rajalale pokuan wagin mlale raja comply ngan lolor jagem prevent or deter waranjap maloloke chegi minagin. Wagan me one shipping, but it's not a problem until it's a problem. Ilang ticho incidents ako me chichiwer me chakobit chep chala one chakobit arami ra charbalo shipping ke customer ran rajuelo waya naga. Ilang instance me lugaura raja kuno per parka ke me major con responsibility gain. All been wagging me raja operate and not commercial entities raja gujin pagi jo koner bak ngai chelale regulation ga relun clear responsibility gain raja rero im chala kachita ke ngai peo ilo air kamani chorrain again ilang ar marongin common notices of violation issue civil penalties ngan rain me rekokore melanogo landfill Milale emajan trilok jon decision jen cabinet kamakati jen MEC jayden lo MEC ngan ijeme riwut ewar jon design emajan chino chere to jen ADB arrongkan kata bargainin an utility gain ngan kajudak jon landfill volunteer expert rana irangan erjibangan the design for the landfill emoja chino lolo design kana ke permitting process enotan senator pa and it part of this pada ngan kachuda landfill menaga utility o me responsibility ke view so all even paperwork initiation in all even document again rani riwot to jen view chit perilo kanono ka chadiyen kanage chit perilo po da wan mok chadiyen chijloi cheni yen ngani chijloi kata baragaina ka eliktada na ka perilo kuela ko me ADB present landfill in ilang kata baragan landfill shoreline protection chenchin chenije me pagelo lugan riwut longan jaga me ene rigum jaga emocha chenebe lale design e waka jojum par lale pen wiu ngai wor design per yeah I hope you are waka kacha to call
Umola GM kan wakom ay balalangan pen Senator Kramer ay lang utan kachidot.
Kumol na kanu wako madan na pulen kachidot ay ligta day kujwagan igitsin oil spill ye turun MEC Olivier ni wood jone oil spill je lang I know they're doing the right company construction and again lang lo plan ganay lo construction ganay rang narongan mitigate ya then kajumui chaperot problem ay chapchala ta problem mention ijala Olivier ni wood ge lang then oil lo ijeme man MEC charrong ge adlang balada madan pagan dan fine I think yarrong chong taujin ge chado chubu taujin ngan raini ne no it's in work chaperot I just want to kind of find out it ngadane yorge pungden nevo MEC kamane ben en chabwalok benen we you know dan pa menen kokore pelako environment to our achidu ele dada
Kumol senator pa charbalagani pie repin ngan bar enforce against SOE game baran kien kagin again raja palangan olep ewor chuan outstanding notice of violation mar talangan MEC mo da notice of violation lai elang par tugoto mer kachungun lelang ta concern ni kay petroleum products are toxic on human health and it's a public health concern. MEC and pagpungutan negongan pabarayan ludak oilinum pero walang tak concern ini pen public visibly kanaga jadian kolak walloy iludak job ilutar ni alay nangan kacengun offset oilan me pero walok elap tada lo yena kay me yuwot kanaga elang ay rang kara underground Melvin, what do you call those? May pipe and merit transfer fuel, jen yarangan look. Jarang decommissioning minagain, boy, elabara malalaga rich demology, oliven plant them. Elabar what ever walang tag issue gainum. Jejelo jet pungutan nego MEC pugingan kacengun remove sludge ganam menaganam oil ganam. Kajarbal chuan material, it's called peat. Meri luda ngan absorb not sorbent ngan absorb apan oil and jenny ngan yen polen je gui palale traffic boy olive ne wodom walung da oil gain gai ko lale jen chaban MEC farm and tongan turunti. Yes, that's how much of that is being mobilized. I hope that MEC is listening. Lale concern again, but responsibility again. Our ijogoje charbali. Lulur jagi baranjap laver chela daramit. Kumol, Chairman.
Kumol Chairman, gan wakon nalalagon. I ever allow for or Kachito Jenny Pen member writer in my way, Senator Piliman or Chetan Kachituko. Amuyanin, Senator.
Molo Chair, Kautejo, Olip, Kautit Parailan Kane. Alvanam Man Kanuno Kane, Nairomagi. Even Charvalne, you guys are in the right place. Can you be when it pouring? Akomol, Chiam, Morgan Wakwam. Kachitaga man, it yuklak Melalogo Lemantakan Tren wa. By Rainin, Nilgulang Warit, Pachik, Perchakne. It's a chala policy and Warkanunogan Tam, Quikanunogan Tamum, where we get. Night Tamak, European one policy, the one Melalam. Wagan real on the Garakut, Chadwagome, Rajab more. I got lease Rajab Lukun more. Random Manchaman Tisen and Chabaron Kajarabale at least 5 years. He came in with Sazinolang, age of Sazinola, Motan Nitijela, Koe Penichu and Kagian, and restrict the Wagan real on the over 150,000 mileage. Tuning Kachidak Najan Finance, Element Irang, enforced by New Chip Kimijan, Dukuntok, reporter and Chipang, why when they make with Kanunokagan, Paparabo, Wago, Me, Raman, and Kajarabali, Ramarong Chipang Lochet, Iango, Randalan, the Wago, Me, Chipaman, or in Perochan, Chen Chop Karalantok. Aga man ay bujurchon policy metala kachitak rainin bujunna warajatar valim chongoli agent kia they will need space bujunna par watch on a constituent magane look eban bujonian wa it perjan odan perchan it chala komerong kachibang lokana ngai bajala ti ay merong kamagadi ijan ten turun mayaman paper kokore environment yanan Chitagain, one malak me no the man could remalak and catching population menu, but in Chablat Tabari on the gay, Chilibogum, Chabarujurum, a going to Kajalanga Chabarujurit, Pigeon Kain, why we go me, Ragamizak, Rachabaman, Ramarwala. And with a man of my loe, why we need me, but Kakajo Rukum, encourage over when. Ito ro dilo kalban la jan ne balalim chunguli jan kia erunit pabrai ngadan kubi jaga ne mer ne kartom kokure environment na ra kobe jangane ఖచ్చితంగా కైన్ ఉన్నాయి కొన్ని లాలెమ్మ కచ్చేన్ చరపన్నాయి ఖచ్చితంగా కైన్ కరువు ఈ కెమి విజన్ గోజం కమ్మన్ రిపోర్ట్ గన్ మంగై ren ngan public boleh ni tablo nu pepa wajga kamanut creating ngan pawawan nega bercibangan kaman ngan ipen business gua fantor rober and kacung leling la quality mengan me ko jong kamanim kachitaga wat kamanut re when was the last time me war issue kind no dijaradin gan quality in mangai lo restaurant gane agar ren chen business gane mere letuk ni mere chen bu ara ni per komela ngai do jan outralan akan nang no le activity ga right pak chigen ilo metro ka ilo kwajenen implement jaga mere kille bak inu di parla mala ke para ora ko kumajagan parkadan kamengen. But we cannot stay there. We need some support. But kubijagane mero jok elgun laba meng import kuat merkano. Emnge ke chalagan ane tokom kaitas advisors ngan alta local government. Ngan kachong company ke elgun net ajere lo environment kanamek improve jaga nge chongoli ajan kia chalak step in action en pungutanen kajam pakai. Kachitaga ilo charbal ganam amarga chiling toktonia next bodran eblo pelen koila kayan konchalena mek malolat peni lagdok edoko memerong observe imlamu jalgana observe eledok chatan kalmal lagjan kantaga meli jilo ngan kakaman malak pe kamengen paprai environment anak jugun perian lo iakan ret perodok Kachitaga chuan or kachuana project in ren water catchment would plan partner repair through CMI ke atan kumio tama komelale maranga patto update teperia project in jab chala ngai relevant kachitaga kene chuan kachitaga me pajnga me ngai kelege aur it takes the whole nation ngan kachong prevent papara banta parwal ka kain incident to lo anno megar wala ma yala ke maritime ngelang kat kain support ko me ko merong ko ilalak jam lalak ngan papara ba en chapar wala chigigin ba ka ju yala ben chebe pendo nam chibangere en ka ju lak chibang kan raj kamal ba armi ran ran chap en mergo me chaloi ikne ba jailang na relang katana ran loi Ichapa koi ai ba elang ke merong par collaborate coordinate ngan kamal ba naman en ko kachita ko aro kana chair ko bar mol kanam letuk chir karo yen molo
Komol senator kan kachito ko am imchana ilalongan ipi nganan huak
Kumol chairman kanam par letuk chir giyen pinit polen chino kan kachita gayo kan wa Eman initiative ini macam lugun calagan one cara bale wang raja lang tok polen cunin customs cunin initiative ankin poen kaku bagi oleh berin merong lale wagen ilo air tok paran wat wagen ilo elegener kajar bali poe rancap ukodakam kuberake tererin yalo mente de ameng elgun alukar charbala ga ameng loan regulation ga polen ilo yenen me wagen re relang tok irwet chiruk jen mente de ameng ak echep melalen boy japan pugut kulenem charbale pen rain chadme ko jaba customs nganar polen lale ewi chigin I iban kamlalegi enemen re ne kala da wara da gorje to boy chalaga Cebala melalui pakan kain cewek cara parah tu kain. Nge kacita tu kan mangai iganan palugun clarify ke cebal mandate cebani EPA mandate food safety there's a food safety legislation. It administered by Ministry of Health. Charbaleo me kamjangai kamane igitien quality in ren ilo mo me commercial entity go me rewiaga kam renam mangai ijo me kamjangai polen merong relang lo retaran ko ngana meng chagi renagain me rekaman mangai jen kagi egar worchuan tere me galang chuan task force je jatalipen hospitallak ichangan bar loe and task force in amagagut emojaga EPA as recent as last month kami jangan parte je all food establishment ilo mejeroin chen cabanangan caban teda ko merar kali kar magain merar cep peje renagain EPA arwan malakotum cibanger tejem tridi renagain cibanger measure nian renagain mo jangan cara jago pen dan pajelat jaga-jagain carbalin dengan ensure water quality is up to standards. Oleh ben mau me kami jangan karteji iyo yolak di mana kar mefeo elang cecu merar jap merong kar pass ejap tojen tereo rongol emen awa tokaluk ngane ngorali da kawa IPR merong carbalipin magai dengan teje rena koair tridi peran irreo ijo na polen engkala na me perro wanlang takka kami jangan lale mon mangain kami jangan cap lale pe bago me reserva ro ai gujar presenti ngere tipu mangakom kamani mangako general hygiene related to food safety reruwajan mandate than EPA ngeren we're very regular ilo oleben charbalin tajaran gainum elang ameng tetangan backup ay jagain elang jonan EPA submission ngan FY26 budget may add on under the Environment Fund, Loan 10 kailangan ilo compact. Rally dong taujini ne jam ne ay ko juga lolo liloan AIP yang ngan cibang AIP riwayalak ngan ay lang kay nilugan boy Senator ko jalaga ole biyo cibuku cimyong juan taujin ije dongan AIP that's our budget. General fund and that's 99% of that is salary. Chalak menge kami jangan kanan kamani cara palagi ni matalangan awtarayalanum. Kau jelo kami jangan chen iyan ngan iyan kami jangan kuhut pen project ko chat. Katabar kajadiri boy ene tabarak chen ini mungkin tabarak ene merong emagdi piengan ijagain me ilang armeji me rekacidak cibang chen EPA ngan training elap tata ilo area in solid waste management, hazardous waste management, designations of landfill ilo ataralan boy ki elap kubit. Finally, I believe ngay ren boyan langan EPA programan ren cijino kar hand wash water stations kami jangan kajuta kilo menjugul karena najari ramai konegi ngan UV filtration treatment systems ngan keboji ajari ramai boy enlang cigina rak renogo meroreo imparenot cigen renagain ramaron charbal ilo yenogo mejelang taivunum arami rekongan menjugul again. These are one ko enela lang chigjo rodagain erreo renogo kange alibian ngai lang issue rodagain diarrhea gastroenteritis related illnesses they spike elegant disasters. The other project that we're working on now is the water gallery lo wache chunian aibo jalalgo merralap emjameng mapauti eben lo wache par emen eni kami jangan juga konege underground pipes gallery ngan konege pipe ko ngan lo ai voi lalin me la belo wache elang par men chigun me kam jang planning par kamane me based on the surveys lapta da ai voi lalagay ni nganar present adan finding ngan kien ngan chon tero me ngai lat mare im la bai voi ren jala eberi ai voi lalagay no chep chala odra beri aga jamarong with the twist of the tab komarong axis and again Aqua, we are building water catchments across all of Magdalene. Cheberadogilo Radak, Jaga, our Meji Jailok, Ligiep, Kanage, all of Benagin, Cherbalgan take place simultaneously, all of Magdalene. Naimarong Nichilgun Wajodan. Status report they are going and committee in Bokamian Chala Yaga and Juda. I would need Renaginium, Everia team, all of them per other island do terrain. Is that the last one? Oh, okay. Dollar will win Langopa long in my talk, Camilla Laginaga, Comolan catch the cane, but Chaparmaron I like the Charvalagin take money.
Man kumol GMM ilo kachida ka on malo da senator Premon kan kachida kana
More follow about Menaga Perverion Wakoan GM. Kumol man initiative man I will allow Chatagana Charparaman way Chalakachida and Lagan by Linkain Chalagan Radak site by itu kayak periaga ban lap ai pejelang pallo malolo be baleng ai pejelang lencun ai kacitang ko merong karya langwat ai lungo chuan arang ilo inisiatif ne mengan ai pejelal me ko tampak ko kone ko tatangan mencugul ga me ni lap ai kutibang imcir ka ini kalau tu punya negara me trout, apa yang percobaan piru lak streamline lak flow in magat in red. Mal kut kemol, ngai kacang lagi izin area kacang tak buat. Elang ngai buat cimen ancaman terego me cene toy jam. Orang kau jalan toy luar ne, apa yang orang terbalale raja retoolable angaram semerong ke par company by ran mogor parchatagan stores in Coconran ever kileb lo ailingam chatama ke marong lang support kain program radana me ko jaba kwa support kan me ko kolak ngaram rong tibang o chone par kachitak komol komjang molam kata komai charaman molcher ma chabra chenche
kumola Senator Bruce menot Jarta Barto Chamalagun Yerin Areng Yem Iliotan all member in committee and public accounts who wipe and Obijan Auditor Region Nitijela Armission Majal and Tijilo Charbali and EPA Ichap Amiangot Areng Aulip Chevin Pokonar Eugene Karayuk Melan War ngayon jero melan war ini jam malakan armis meu ini jam melan war apa bal loju war aur kena loju doar cij bugar nur jani gujen ar yubuk mengo gujer jani labrata yegum mengo jan loju ini paraur bojen kerja paraur loju doar ini charbal lagi ini jawan amiang odlo piaru jawlep cij kar kanunogan mejeruin aga par island go ligin meno neighboring island Europe army roi mere pelu ijangan rain bar ke baro ke melan chugo jigir melabata ta paraul lojo to air yem menangale manda kajido go chen lojo ne chen arjab cholo chok biji ilowa anti maganar marun pubuk nien ko biji go boy yang lagor plastic menangane me recep marun recep biodegradable yang orang cuci lagi lo kubianem potongan yang ailing ini pulongan tam na reng yang muja charbal gain haru jawab ngai kerja janai puk gunarim karreun minupuk wawin wujud kan itamak ini kanu yang malu jujun perin haru jilo Marshall Island. Hawa emat nanjenji lo Marshall Island kamolol ko general manager oleh tim na merto jani pi caramal lo caramal na miangan cijere malo ko auto to wan jan 22 ngan 24 jabto jani lo kia. Hawa ani jan ke caramal ke jawab najlo chiluawa chene public hearing ibn Marshall Island judiciary jemlok hearing lo train Anche Maryland Codigi Kenu Yolap and President Laldak and Holip Jonan Berkeley Chairman Variang Lo House of Euro Lani Kapua Vice Chairman Holip Euro Lero Ilo Moymer Kap Unero Imbarro Ilo Majalin Jonan Berkeley Lero Johanna Hillingin Lero Esther Chagaya Imolip Parirojim Lero role and major ruin. Clear rain may read one committee and public accounts. Chin ever Senator Murray Milne, ever Senator David Kramer, Senator Bruce Billiman. Roger Rajan Marun Cheredo can Utamui Agar Roger Rubber of Island. Nankele Ubijan out of the general, Caprin and Nitijela. Lelo kamolo dengan visa benepi kap NTA lo air kari jalo kue lo kain lo elegan raile ben rainin. Kule awal berorij perong jaga kue lo kinan pek account man izin eber judiciary Marshall Island judiciary. Renatan perbana tu lo elegan raile ben rainin pen kamidin. Ini lelongan pen modada pen auto general. Pwede to join over view you could chain audit and chicken yakajidin areng. Imlamu jalgin in a yellow pen judiciary, chicken yakajedo. However, auditor general, I'm in.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Lord Per Nanin Yawin Relevant, go out Nanin Clay or Levum. Go to Chief Clerk in Aram Tanya and Rio Juan. Ordinary man comedian out of the one. Marshall Island Judiciary Fund ngan fiscal year 2000 rongo chilu ngadarengar palo kapjinon ejmatan entity ko me rajar update chir all the wire ilo opinion and all the running ilo financial statement and judiciary fund ngan fiscal year 2000 rongo chilu Ejali kerjuan unqualified audit, unmodified audit. Milo internal control compliance report na your echalok finding ka report lo report na auditor rana. Your comments or issue go me rara the rejalangan ipen management and judiciary fund. Kumol Chairman.
Kumol AG, Loyenin Public Accounts Committee, Oliver One, Jonan, Delop Kulem Kodi Jangan, Train Ratojan, Urjanan, Chicken and Gajatum, Janeleo Jenin and Kum, I'm going to choose him all of them, Tidaleo, in Baranemi, Chetmer, joined the low team now. I mean,
Kumol Chairman, Modada Kamolo Leroy, can Meuro Majmore, Kamolo Legan, Onagam Kajabaran, Cup, Wood again, Pay, Kumoro Turtoka, Ban, Ladan, Wood. Inan, Ilodan Chief Justice Ingram, Chajaro Matanilo, Rawan Chiganagajat, Obala Brujarabarro, Kumkana Leo, Nani Yawi. Kile all of Roylo Kian, Chairman and Mumani Roy Romatan, Kile Chairman of Honorable Members Rain and Committee and Public Accounts, Kile Auditor General in all of Rainilan Win. Yadain Ingrid Kabua, my Chief Clerk and Court, Ipa Eber, Assistant Clerk and Court. Tania Lamai, Komoroi Timor, Kulaga, Commit Parainot, Charbalenot, Chet, Finance or Vija, Nan Rayan Chiganagajat. Commit Kamolo, Liganianin, Concurin, Bokamin Maronco Vadok, and Puebenado Ipen Kamidin, Udate, Yikichen, Audit, and fiscal year 2023. Kain mod karmodalak order to go malak rar kamanchani pen gar tiloid aga 23 eudak order the ar kamanchani pen EY enodan Auditor General pa imalak echuan auditor unqualified mechala findings aga komorone Pojak ngan uak caparot kacitoko yigichen penuh-penuhinan rawan juga ni agak.
Kumol Ingrid, kan opening statement nam, ilo terrain Nitijela lang pen memberan pack peran kemana kacitoko air. Inet juno jani pen kerain cinen kami din. Senator Milne pun malah orang komunikasi itu kuam. Hamu ini.
Kumol tata chair Pertuan Island pero dulu an kile an rolak mo tam bapa kile kumiro mola kana miro ko pa to kulo pulon wo tagain. Ya pan chala kachi daga pel bun alik karlo melele kana rar wala ke mana olap kain man charbal kana chakana no tan lewa jot nanin kajaraman ngan ranayan judiciary gan tuan ada tu lugu namman yang ada tu mantap kami lugu namman cara mana kan kumoi
Kumol Senator Mary Milne kena nano ngan rain mirar tu jen judiciary imai ko balok ke ipam ijen kabupaten Auditor General kena update order de ngamiang imini lelo kia ngan ipena Senator David Kramer, on malau ikichen kaji tu kuana, percabarut menukanan pagagi. Kami ini.
Kumol Chairman, ko ba jelo nanan claim constitution. Dan ayat butuh dan pulan ini jadi uji cuan point Chairman, dan taparwan lo parking lot lo Nitijela apa? Apa ni uji kia? Akaman kajak, dan ngaji ko ba lo per lo nan orang jen member cuan jen nebon. I got no questions, son. Kun Charbalewan Public Accounts Committee, you don't log on to elegant budget, the medley, Yijimui, way and Charbal Chanwan Army. You guys, Talaptada Olivian, Adan, Quote Alaban, Tamakalover, Kajibarok Chanwan Army, one report. Congratulations again. And Kumiro Chief Clerk, Assistant Clerk, and then plus slash accountancy. Chalabar Chabarot, Lao Charamar, Lao Charaman, and Chief Chajo, Oliver Chajoro, Prajaran, Kamulu, and Charbalgin Raman. More, Chairman.
Mol member Senator Kramer kan nanuam Lutheran ni jalan ipen maporijo nareng jan malolat Senator Bruce Piliman pen malah dengan kajitu kuan atau mengilangan berkomen atau suggestion jabarut menu amu ini
Well, Chairman, I gave a big direct what middle till Carrere got the what they would middle cell, Chutagion Padam Kakararo, Arrivated Power in Japan with Tama Comuron, Kajarabale by Japan with Bokumuran to Ilan Miroto Chanetok. I go balak, Landin Code Guam Chairman, Senator Murray. Senator David Lo, Code Warang and Olive Rian, Rodian Code Rilo, Island King. Ngay Kobala would depend Kali Green Mata, Rakanola Manum, Led and to an in congratulations. Kumuro to responsibility, I only be in Purbangan Muro on time. It up to June 2023. Ilo at kanono kagak jen nipemia. Eme ganan ko bala ki perom ko alaga lewat kamolo dengan komiro ka cajara chief justice jam komayangkan terbalgai namiang menge roga namiang kan justice judiciary ngan wawin kainak ela tongan finance we eno komay gun pamiang expert kada komayang ben chit Tolel on time and it report Ganamia. But Chairman Kamol, Charamanam, congratulations and Charbalgan Roman. Mol.
Kamol Senator Piliman kan nanin kaya raman ko ngani pen train rato jen judiciary. Nawa algarge ngai kita tan nan bar kubala ko pemiro ibemi ngol. Igi jenar berlelo congratulations kapa kejaraman dengan juga negatif nareng rain merah to janchani cicilo boy manau tu din amiang eno de jalop por kaji tu janji aku lewajud nanin kejaraman lewajud nanin kebaran kumayang kade kumayang jenagar cinun yar bajijalo par public accounts matangan kia all bien mengaj auto dana amiang lo juga ngajat macam mengajat ai jong yamman auto dana mengi lo alun relevant rainin cilo boy ijalo kameng kaji dengan komeng ya wa perjuangan kamolol komeng kamolol alip rin buan kami din ilam amiang gar kijen michen yakini cipung tongan kia kamolol ubijan auto general Kubai pen projen Nitijela, ubijan yang speaker Nitijela, ranu jimer kejibang, kamolol barfisa benibi kapa NTA, ilodan kamidin kamolol all rome ragartok iman kamidin jen ranu ini, tongan kia me jika logut pemiang, ya we, emergency agak jangan kalau ini schedule an ranu ilju. Ilju Cipong Radum Jonawa in a Marshall Island Resort. Ne Chuanawa and Chiluawa in Yarkaman Ugotakapoe in net Majoro Atoll Waste Company in a Chuanaman Chilu. In Janan Way in Northern Pen Majoro Atoll Waste Company by Kumanat, Idolo Chuanaman Chilu, a Japanese Chilu Malalem. Now I imagine Anijen kejaraman keju jalib, imen jen lelo kamulul ngani kejen urgin mer 2 kilo mejeruin. Ya baik. Ijem lok public hearing and public accounts law elgan relevanin. Kamul alip